Hi, welcome everybody to another week for the uh, True Champion Online Weekly. So we are going to bring it today and bring you some exciting as a Grand Archive. Of course, joining me today is the one, the only, Perfect Calcium. How are you feeling today, Calcium?
I'm feeling really good. I'm excited. I'm energized. I'm hyped. It's a new month. Same old me. But I of course it's me casting with you. We've got that same energy where we're both terrible. So people are definitely going to enjoy this. If it's on your second monitor, swap it to primary right now, please. Cuz you're
That
not going to
that's
want to
a,
miss this crazy round 1. Uh I would, we don't even know our pairing, but I think there are some decks that we are excited to see uh, that we had mentioned just sort of, before we came online. Uh, but definitely, I think for me, it's going to be Win Jin today with the new support from Mortal Ambition Older.
Oh, for sure. Win Jin is definitely one that we've seen. That we've seen the list kind of floating around. We've kind of seen some different mixes of how the list is playing, but there's of course some pretty key cards that have come out. If you have not seen the new set, if you've not opened the new set, or maybe just like didn't even realize the new set is released, I don't know. Hopefully not. Hopefully you know about it. But we have a couple of like crazy cards that we have coming out. I think my favorite one is a polearm steed, which happens to be just a
Ooh.
essentially a horse that says, "Hey, if you're Jin, just bring out a free polearm. Just here you go." Like, and I
Yeah,
I
just
love that
materialize
card.
a polearm, and it's on a 1/3 body as well, which is one of those things where I feel in the past we've had a few, kind of typical, or sorry, like archetypal allies like that, but they're like 1/2s, and so this like this extra little 1/3, and of course it's a horse, so it's able to be buffed by the actual Jin bonus, which we have completely forgotten about till right now, but maybe we're gonna actually see it in action.
Yeah, maybe we'll see one today. Who knows? But we did just get the announcement for what is going to be our
Okay.
round one. And if
My
I had to
dream.
listen, if I had to tell you what matchup if you were going to play Alice, do you want to see Alice play into?
Oh, like to win? uh, I guess it depends which Alice I'm playing. If we're Spectre Alice, or rather Fire Aggro Alice, I probably want to see something that's just a hair too slow. Probably something. Oh man, that's tough.
Maybe what
Maybe
here if
some
maybe
wind.
another what if I told you it's another Alice?
Well, I hope they're the abnegation one.
Well, it looks like round one is going to be a Serene Fire Spectre Alice versus a Fortuitous Water Spectre Alice. So we are going to
Okay.
see some.
Oh no, this is great. So Fortuitous Water Alice is one of those decks that I've been kicking around with some people here locally, right? With Tristan and such. And he keeps telling me this deck has something because you're able to play exactly the cards you want. We're gonna see whether or not that is true right here.
But it looks like we're jumping right into it. And one of the cool things about when we see Alice is, regardless of what's happening, we're probably going to see every card in Alice. Not that it's going to get played or if it's going to be in the graveyard, but we'll probably see every card in the deck by the
Oh
end.
yeah, uh, Alice's Mastery, the Phasmagoria, if I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, uh, basically allows us to cycle through a whole bunch of cards in the graveyard, and so we should be able to essentially pick and choose what we're able to play, especially in water if we're able to go ahead and scry that or glimpse that, sorry, and glimpse that.
Yeah, and we're gonna see, especially with this Alice list, like both these Alice lists, you're kind of seeing these decks take very different approaches to how they're kind of going to generally play this game. You're gonna see more of the Fire Alice, where it's gonna be pitching cards kind of very quickly, and you're gonna see probably a more aggressive type game plan coming out of this deck, as we will see some of the core standard things we've seen it. You're probably going to see Jabberwockies come to play. You're going to see Bandersnatches, as well as this list is actually running. I do see a Grim Partition there. There is kind of a weird piece of tech that you were able to do uh, to be able to kind of tuck some cards and be able to make some omens in a very weird way. So there might be some shenanigans happen with the fire list. I'm excited to see. And then, of course, with the water list, pretty standard of what we've seen before. Very much a we're gonna grind this game out. We're gonna heal a bunch, and good luck getting through a Jabberwocky. Now the question is, how's it gonna be a Jabberwocky into a Jabberwocky? It's gonna be the real question.
Well, the water list has 4 and the fire has 2, so we'll see who can find their Jabberwocky first. Looks like I'm so interested in these sideboards as well, but we'll have to talk about that after the game. Let's see, Undying Wraith card. Man, so that's usually a pretty good play for Alice. I wonder whether or not they realize they're at an Alice mirror. Oh, okay, they do now.
Well, now they do. Well, at least fire realizes very quickly, or water realizes they're in a mirror. Oh boy.
Yeah, so the Phantasmagoria, that's the proper way to pronounce it. That mastery will be coming out for Alice 1. And so every time a Spectre ally dies, we get to put a hunt counter on the mastery. And at the beginning of the end phase, we can put all cards from the graveyard at the bottom of the deck. And if we do, we get to place the top X cards, X being the number of tokens, into our graveyard. So that allows us to basically cycle and pick and hunt for some of the cards that we want, especially in the graveyard. So in Fire, we're looking for, or well, in both really, but we're looking for anything for floating memory or Spectre cards that have the ability to ephemerate from the graveyard.
And it looks like there's our first Jabberwocky. Already hitting banishment for water.
Oh, yeah. So here's a question, right? So fire into water here. Fire does have the Mantle of the Abyss as an extra regalia. How do you feel that changes this potential matchup here in the mirror?
So I would say I think it's going to give them a little bit of an extra edge in terms of draw. I think early is kind of the basic idea of where that's going to start this out. But the only problem I run into is the water list just has a lot more ways just to kind of stall at this game, and a lot more answers just to be able to not only be able to set up their curse package a little bit faster, but also have the ability to, in this case, heal a lot more than what fire. So I think it's definitely the right call in terms of being able to hopefully pressure our opponent much more quickly. But and already seeing, I think we've already seen Treacle, the drowned mouse, already hit graveyard. So that is probably not the best place to start.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm just noticing the difference in these decks here. With one our fire deck running only one abnegation, but our water deck running four.
You are correct. So I think I think the basic idea here is the fire is going wants a little bit more of the aggressive route
Mhm.
here. I think it looks like it's kind of the basic idea of kind of what I think the fire is going to be here. Now, that being said, right now fire is only sitting with the taunt out. No super amount of pressure yet, but
Yeah, one thing to note is this is a level 2 fire deck, so this is not sort of Alice fire aggro that we've seen before with uh, just like Spectre aggro. So we are looking to actually get to our Umbra and ideally place our Maledictum Vitae underneath to stop Alice 2 from hurting ourselves. Let's see.
yeah, that's one of the just one of the hard things as well. Because you definitely want to go very quickly to level 2. You really want to be able to start unlocking your Umber cards, but you got to be a little bit careful because you don't really want to get there and have no way to get those curses online. So sometimes you may wait it out and hopefully mill the curse and be able to get it in your graveyard so you can tuck it without having to take the damage, or you can draw the one where you can heal instead of taking it. So we could see both these players maybe just kind of playing the waiting game now, knowing that then they're a mirror match where I don't think burst damage is their biggest fear at the moment.
No, I would be definitely interested if that is a treacle in the grave for it to come back, because that'll be probably pretty key for any sort of fire aggression, just to make sure that that recovery being online and then bringing out more and more Spectre allies, definitely keeping you in the game regardless of anything big like a Jabberwocky coming out. The other thing I do notice, the Serene Fire Alice is only running one Harrow the Saved, whereas we've got three on the water side. So, hmm. if that one hero that saved does get negated, it's possible we might see the Fire Alice in a little bit of trouble.
Yep. And just to kind of a little update, may have some people watching home may kind of wonder what's going on. So had a quick judge call. Because this is a weekly, this is more for this is not necessarily the most competitive, and we're not going to give out game loss for this. But unfortunately, one of the players with Mantle Abyss cracking realized the Row of the Abyss was still in the deck. So judge call was made to let the player go fetch and grab the Ryle back out of the deck, and so that they have access to it, and then just have them reshuffle and set it back up. So
Yeah,
just a little oopsies. We played the mantle, realized Ryo is unfortunately in the deck. So we had to do a quick correction just to get it, which can't normally play it in the deck.
yeah, and I mean, of course, that's why we practice. We do see on the Water Alice side that self damage coming into play, but we are getting that curse on there with Umbrasight. So going from 0 to 9 is not always the best, but Alice is a fantastic. She has a fantastic recovery through her Umber cards.
Yeah, but we already tucked at least one curse. Took a lot of damage to do it, but we do have our first curse already on there. So from this point forward, we don't really have to worry about that too much.
So if you are Fire Alice here, and you already see your opponent not only Water Alice, but also they already have their first curse there. Oh, and a Banner Snatch. Okay, this is, and they're going to also use their Grave Ghetto. Looks like going into that Undying Rift card.
Using their undead cake.
Their Undead K. That makes a lot of sense. So, in fact, that's actually part of the recovery there, though, right? Is that Banner Snatch? Whenever Banner Snatch is dealt damage, you get to recover 3. So, when your opponent just has a bunch of little 1-2 power allies, even if Banner Snatch has to leave the field, it's going to sort of ensure that you're recovering all that damage that you took for even being able to play Umbra.
And we're seeing the level 2 from our opponent here as well. So we are about to see the very quickly online Shadow Alice versus Shadow Alice.
And okay, yeah, the Maledictum Vitae. So this is sort of our ideal curse. Of course, Umbrasight isn't bad. You do get to draw that card for that extra 2 damage. But Maledictum Vitae is probably Alice's premier card for cursing.
I think it's the only way right now, I think, in the game where you can get the curse under Alice without taking the damage. At least all the damage. There is a way you can pseudo get around it by recovering when it comes into play, but I believe it is the only way at the moment to be able to tuck tuck a card under Alice and turn that ability off. So yeah, most important piece for both these decks.
Let's see. With the Banner Snatch, Banner Snatch on the water side. Okay. That's our Phantasmagoria working there. Oh, that's a
And
Memento Mori. I
that
haven't
is
seen
a
this card.
I have not seen this card in a very long time. I think the only time I saw it was early on when this first got printed just to try an ally list and then realize, man, getting to getting to 3 and keeping allies is hard. But
Yeah,
Alice, not so much.
yeah, I was gonna say Alice. If it's gonna work somewhere, it's gonna work here in Alice, and that's a suffocating miasma, I believe. Uh, Also showing a Jabberwocky and one other Umbra card to go ahead and view it. So, I mean, to me, this looks like kind of a tough position for our Fire Alice player. Uh, Suffocating Miasma is forcing them to place debuff counters on allies. And if not, it's going to start that clock, much like CL, right? You get that 2 unpreventable damage. And in addition, our opponent has this Banner Snatch. Even though they're at 9 and we're at 0, that Banner Snatch, you it's unlikely that you're going to get through it anytime soon unless you bring out your own Banner Snatch or Jabberwocky.
Yeah, this this is definitely a slow bleed style deck that we're seeing here, and I don't hate it.
No, we see that end turn Phantasmagoria there. I believe that's two specters in the grave, so can always look for an ephemerate.
Yeah, and this is going to make it much harder for Fire as well to now get a board position because I think a lot of your you have to be very aggressive now with Miasma in play because I don't think we have many ways to at all, anyways, to deal with this at the moment. So this is a play an
No,
ally and start turning them sideways and hopefully get through that Bandersnatch somehow, some way.
yeah, I think the biggest thing is you're probably gonna want your own Bandersnatch. On the bright side, sacrificing an ally does power your own Memento Mori. So Nether
And
Bird or Nether Dodo Bird rather. Let's see.
and both these players have Mori now, so anytime and be fair, anytime an ally dies, so both these players will reap the benefits on both sides of the board. What a crazy matchup we're gonna be watching here.
It's so for people who have never tried any of these Alice deck, I believe any Umbra Alice deck, these games usually go pretty long. Even though I think it's kind of funny, of course, that one side is usually just hurting themselves, but it's Umbra, so they're hurting themselves for benefit, and then they're gonna go ahead being Alice and just recover all of it, leading to these much longer, grindier games where a lot of times, we've seen Wind Alice, where your win condition is essentially to deck out your opponent via Regal. Uh, in both of these, it looks like their win condition is going to be uh, just bring out these large Umbra allies. And for
Yeah.
water, just even more recovery than we see in the current Alice Umbra package.
Yeah, and for water, I think it's definitely going to be we have 4 of these miasma in the deck, so I wouldn't be shocked if the play is to
Ooh,
just get these out and start letting that be the drain.
I actually really like that. 8 is a much larger number than 2.
You've heard it
That's
here, folks.
I was
You
saying that's
you
the kind of insight you can hear from us. Only tune in every week.
8 is bigger than 2.
8
You
is
are
bigger than
correct.
2. Misty Whispertail. So I actually really like a lot of these Spectre allies here, where you're able to sacrifice them for an effect if they're not ephemeral, and then gain a different effect if they are ephemeral, uh, which I think is pretty cool. They themselves don't have ephemerate, so you'll have to find a way to get them back from the graveyard in order to be ephemeral. But it's pretty neat that they have a basically like a separate option, especially for Alice, who doesn't have too much trouble bringing them back ephemeral if needed.
Oh, very easily. And even
And we
even
can
if
also
the card, even if you're not a ephemeral, being able to play it and then if it's about to die, replace itself,
yes.
it's actually pretty strong.
And we saw that before with the Nether Dodo Bird as well, where it was sacrificed. And actually, much like the Whispertail, to draw a card in the memory. So just getting these allies to replace themselves. Unfortunately, still nothing over that Bandersnatch. And looks like Snuggle and Rum knowing to keep it up, making sure that they're able to recover. All right. Oh, there's our Jabberwocky.
And that is going to be the scariest thing for this board because unfortunately, one piece about Jabberwocky is you are not able to do damage to this ally unless a player controls an object named Vorpal Sword. The problem is here is don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think either of these decks have Vorpal Sword.
Uh, no. And the main thing for that, of course, would be the Purple Sword is a Regalia in Crux, mostly for Merlin, but does have, a few interesting effects if it were there. Unfortunately, no, we don't see that. But Jabberwocky is sort of our bigger ally, and of course, like you said, it's able to prevent all damage. Now, one thing, of course, that it does, it is able to be gotten around by unpreventable damage. It is still only a 4/3. I say only. That's pretty large. But you are able to take it down even without the Vorpal Sword but it is an expenditure of resources that a lot of decks don't necessarily want to put into it.
Yep, and also being able to sack allies into it to be able to increase its attack here, to be able to not only recover some health, but be able to get that additional attack is going to help us get through that Bandersnatch, or at least try to get through that Bandersnatch. And it's something to note for anybody who may be watching. Maybe you are very new to what Alice is doing, because there's a lot of dice on both these sides of the table. One big thing with Phasmagoria is every time an ally dies, you are going to be putting a haunt counter on the Phasmagoria, and every time that happens, at the end of every turn, you're going to mill more cards, and you're going to keep doing that. You essentially tuck the cards you have underneath from your graveyard, and then you'll put the next set out. So think about it as decks that have ephemerate and ways to bring cards out. Think of this as almost a second hand Alice is going to have. And the more allies that die, the bigger that hand is going to get. So one thing about this is it does seem like in a position where, yes, the water deck does seem to have more allies in play, but the trade-off here is the fire Alice is already at what, 9 counters? I think 7 to 9 counters. So that's every turn 7. So yep, 7. So it's going to be 7 new cards every single turn.
Yeah, one other thing that we tend to forget with Phantasmagoria is that non-Spectre cards in the graveyard lose all abilities. So that's why, when you're building that Alice deck around these Spectre allies, they're the only ones who are able to essentially do anything. That's why we don't see a lot of sort of our classic floating memory in there, like Fast Cure or anything, because the second we became Alice 1, we would be unable to access that.
Yep. And while we were doing the explanation, looks like the second Miasma did hit play. So that is now going to be 4 damage every turn unless we start getting rid of allies. And was the way we got rid of the Jabberwocky, because we gave it 3 debuffs. Yeah. Pretty sweet.
I mean, is there some feeling maybe on the fire side where they're just like, oh, okay, let's talk about this. Condemned Trinket. So this is something that technically any champion can use. It was made for CL, but we do see a lot of Alice's use this. It allows us to banish a card from graveyard and put an omen counter on it. So unlike a lot of these pay 3, we're not getting a card per se, but it does allow us to actually place an omen counter even if we're not CL, right? CL is just able to sort of do that naturally, but the Condemned Trinket lets us do it to whatever we want, no matter what champion we are.
Yep, and something that is also added onto that is you will likely see from this is there is a very particular card in Grand Archive called Grim Partiche, which actually allows us to play a card that has an omen on it. We essentially make a copy and we play the copy. Big thing now is because we're going to get a card that of our choice that has an omen. Think about that as four copies of said card. That can be a card we're trying to win with. This could be maybe something to stay alive, like maybe an abdication. So there's a lot of things we can do with this, but Grim Partiche allows us to play any skill with 5 or less, as long as, of course, it has an omen counter, and make that copy and play it. Or any spell that has it. So non-skill action. Other big thing here with the card is it is fast. So this does ignore restrictions of speed as well. So if we have a slow card with an omen, we, in a technicality, get to play at a fast speed, because we're going to play Grim Partiche at fast, and that allows us to play and resolve the card at the same speed as Grim Partiche. So some tricky stuff we can do here. And we're talking some really weird, wacky stuff that Alice has started to do, and it is very fun to watch if you're on the other side of the table.
Yeah, you may have seen Grim Pastiche not only in CL, any CL deck, but also on the Category 1 of the BNR, the latest BNR. And a lot of that is because it gets around those slow timings. And I'll tell you, the first time someone plays a fast, peaceful reunion on you, you're going to think about that card a lot.
Fast, peaceful, and then fast, regal Inquisition. Man, nothing feels worse. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go and go to Recollection. And they're like, ooh. Are you?
So, I am interested, though, that Condemned Trinket coming out, we didn't actually use it. It looks like we're going to go ahead and save it. What card is Fire Alice looking for here?
Um, there's a couple of different things. One we could because I do see the slip away to just go in there. There's a chance we could be using that to essentially buy some time and essentially allow this thing. But now that our opponent has miasma, that's probably not the loop we're gonna go for. Kind of a stop. But it looks like we could go for abnegation as well to kind of just keep healing. So that way we can essentially offset that miasma completely. Is another option we could be going here. Um,
We could be keeping our one hero the saved. Try to make sure that we're always able to have cards, especially with our Phantasmagoria reaching at a certain point. If the game goes on long enough, unfortunately your deck and graveyard become pretty much the same, and the graveyard will overtake it. But with Hero the Save, we would be able to get back our cards from Banish. Let's see. Oh, Ghastly Corrosion on the Condemned Trinket. So that is unfortunate. I believe, did Fireless have enough cards to use it? I don't see the card that has the Omen, but we do get Ticket to the Afterlife. So this is another high synergy Alice card. The Regalia basically made for her. It lowers all the costs of our Spectre cards in grave, and then we're also able to recover by banishing, and we can grab those cards back with Hero the Saved. Let's see. It's unfortunate. I wish we could see if there was
an omen trigger,
card.
yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't catch one, so
Yeah.
we may have just let it go. Like we didn't have a card we really wanted per se, but I think I would have done it even the slip away at that point.
I think, yeah.
Well, I think slip away is a skill, so we actually cannot. I think it is.
Oh, no.
I think we may have just not had a spell. That's very likely, actually. It was likely we just didn't have a spell.
No.
Yep, it's a
Unfortunate.
skill. Unfortunate.
Well, I think that does put our water player in a much better position. Even though for people watching, you might be surprised how far into the game we actually are, considering our life totals there. 0 and 6. So just slowly recovering our way through everything.
We have seen actually a lot of damage already be done on both sides of the board. It's just it's not moving very fast at this point.
No, and that's something, if you're interested in playing Alice, do be prepared for this kind of match. Even against other champions, your win condition is usually a little slower, unless you really pop off. But it is sort of more sure, right? You're able to recover down to 0 essentially whenever you need to. Getting that Lingering Banshee back. I didn't see if that was ephemerated though. And that, so we can see with Fire Alice there, that Phantasmagoria doing the work of turning our deck directly into our graveyard.
We're getting closer and closer to having more cards in graveyard than we do the deck.
Yeah, and that's where that one of Hero the Saved can come in and help us there. I do wonder your thoughts on, sort of ensuring that we have an ally to place these debuff counters on, to sort of try to avoid the miasma.
Yeah, and it kind of it lets us survive almost at a two front here, where we can essentially we are able to stop the miasma from doing the damage from release a turn, or we have to force our opponent to answer. So either way, we're dodging some damage. And
Oh,
I think we are going to be
that
hitting most likely the
ticket, although
ticket, which I think it's one cost, I believe, right?
ticket
0?
is
Okay,
0.
yes.
But we are going to see a profane bindings, so that will be negated anyway, saving the ticket.
Now, one thing with bindings does, even though it is a very, very powerful negate effect that we were able to play, we're able to negate any card, but we do have to put profane bindings at the bottom of our champion lineage. Now, unfortunately, this does mean we are going to get -5 over overall health pool. biggest kind of kickback here is we're not able to heal that 5. That's we are unfortunately stuck with it for the most part. The deck is playing a couple of ways that we can deal with that curse from underneath here, but for the most part, we are using that as our Hail Mary. We need to stop something really bad from happening to us. And I would say losing ticket is something really bad happening to us.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, being lower down to 17 for the maximum is a pretty tough hit. And I think, probably the most interesting thing here in this mirror match is definitely the number of Phantasmagoria tokens. We can see water only on 3. Just, you know, I would say they're setting the washing machine to gentle cycle here.
That is a good analogy to put for this. But you can definitely tell, even with the fire, Alice knows that we need to deal with that Bandersnatch. We need to get off the board. But the kickback here is we don't want to necessarily fuel our opponent too much in terms of this. We'd rather take it a little bit slower and progress our game plan. And most likely, probably wanting to get closer to that Jabberwocky. But I believe if we hit a third miasma here, then that is unfortunately going to be a
Yeah.
lot harder. I think the third miasma is kind of the game plan here for water. I think if we land the third, the game is most likely in our favor.
Something I want to point out there, we saw the fire player play the Grand Crusader's Ring. Of course, a divine relic that has been traditionally absolutely amazing in every single deck. Uh, However, on the water side, we have the new divine relic from PTM, Lost Provenance, and there's definitely a huge advantage here for Alice specifically to use Lost Provenance, being that when it's activated from material, it comes in ephemeral. So you're adding an extra ephemeral object, and now that it is awake, because it originally comes in hindered. Now that it's awake, though, uh, even if our opponent tries to do something to it, we can still go ahead and get that card anyway.
Yep. Now there might be a question of like, why would Posse Fire be on Ring? One thing as well, we've actually tested this list and we've tested quite a few options in Fire Alice when we're doing that. And we've actually done the trade between Lost Providence and Ring. And there are times, especially with Fire Alice, where you will draw your hand and there is nothing you can do, unfortunately, because of the nature of having to play uh, so much advanced element in the deck that sometimes you just need the ring for level 1 and level 0 to just say I need to fix some of this. So be fair, it's not a necessarily like why not play Lost Providence. There is some justification to why playing Grand Crusader's Ring in this list over over the other. Now, my personal preference is I still love Lost Providence. I like the high roll potential of this card, but just for anybody who may be watching, kind of wondering why the difference, very likely for that reason, especially when you're trying to set up certain things, certain routes into level 2.
Yeah, that's something that if you haven't been testing any of these decks and you sort of missed the very start of this match, both players are on a spirit that allows you to try and filter for cards. And a big part of that is that these Alice decks run such a large advanced element package that it's entirely possible your first hand is just all Umbra cards, which would obviously put you into huge trouble if you didn't have anything else to do with them.
Yeah, and it looks like we're seeing Spectral Haunting hit play again, where Alice bonus costs 4 less, and we get to grab a ally out from our graveyard, put it into play. Which now we are also at the showdown of Bandersnatch.
This is peak Alice. Uh, yeah, that Alice bonus, being able to have Spectral Haunting cost only 2, because it's -4 on the reserve. Pretty good. So of course that's why we run this, sort of top heavy Umbra package, especially with these large Umbra allies, because they are specters. Although one thing, of course, it doesn't have to be a specter. I think a lot of people, they'll always sort of try to think around that sort of thing, and we've seen it before with cards like Icebound Slam, where if the advantage is large enough, I really don't mind paying 6.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, you also with this deck now, when you're in a game this slow, you have the time to build up that influence.
Yeah, the Bandersnatch on the water side finally going out. And now we've sort of traded board positions here.
Yeah,
Bandersnatch and one ally.
the scary thing though is our opponent still does have the miasma, so even without an ally, that as I said can very quickly become a start clearing the board, which I don't think you want the debuff counters on Bandersnatch though.
Yeah, is that is that a debuff counter on Bandersnatch? I didn't see anything to place a buff counter on it.
I think it
Unless there was
maybe.
Undying Dreams played and we missed it.
He did have the, I'm just gonna call it undead cake because everything's a forest cake. Yeah, I think he did have the undead cake, so that maybe we just didn't see it
uh,
get put on. So because we are not
yeah,
back to our opponent's recollection yet, so at least what I can tell.
yeah. The Grave Gâteau, essentially, as NEETfull said there, a Spectre cake, able to place a buff counter Spectre ally. But in Alice specifically, it's also able to ephemerate. So you're able to get it back, not only as an ephemeral object, but you're also able to get yet another buff counter.
Oh, and it got tucked pretty quick, but I saw it. I saw it. We also have the condemned trinket here on the water list. So very similar strategy from both of these, which there are some pretty nasty cards in this water version that could actually utilize this. So we'll see what's going to get tucked under there. But as you said, Haro the Saved could be another kind of the option for both of these lists.
I think especially Alice, going long, you're getting, you're trading your deck for your graveyard quite a bit. Uh, Frankly, being able to outlast your opponent with Harrow the Saved by just having cards to play might actually be something that goes to these players' mind. Interested. Water is playing a single Drown in Sorrow. I don't think that would be our Condemned Trinket play, though, even if we did find it.
Okay, it's 6 cost. I was like, oh, could we did not 6 cost. They knew. They knew. They didn't want us to keep playing this card.
Oh, were you thinking that we could Spectral Haunting our way to
Yeah,
victory?
yeah. I got excited for a second. Then I was like, I learned how to read.
Just now, I want it to be known on stream. I'm very proud of NEETfull. This whole time, I've been asking him to really get on that reading horse. And he's been telling me, he says, I'm a TCG player. I can't do it. I can't do it. But here, right now, I'm so proud of you. Let's see.
We did see the other miasma get milled, so we are now back to the we're back. Put it back at the bottom. We'll see you next time. We'll be back.
We'll be back.
Which how many
I
curses are we
wonder.
under both these Alice? I think one under one underwater, and I think we're 3 curses under. Is it
Oh, 5. No, there's
5 on
5
fire?
there. Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty safe. Pretty large abnegations.
that
Uh,
level 1 lineage release gonna be pretty spicy when we need it.
yeah. Oh, we
Trust me.
forgot about that even. We didn't even talk about that.
15 turns from now, that's gonna be a spicy lineage release.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring that up. So not only does level 1 Alice, so Alice is Sword Queen, not only do they get the Phantasmagoria Mastery, that which of course we are seeing cycle through the decks, but it does have a lineage release where we recover 2 plus X, where X is the amount of cards in Alice's lineage. So every one of those curses counts as a card in your lineage.
So we are at 7 life now, if I can do math. See, I'm
And
learning.
on top of that, Serene for the fire player. Alice is not looking to Alice is not looking to lose this game via life total.
And I believe we just saw Reverse Affliction get played, I believe. Which I mentioned we do have some pseudo ways to get rid of curses. But
Yeah,
Reverse
so
Affliction
one of them.
allows us to banish a curse card from a champion's lineage, and if you own that card, put an omen counter on it. So now, oh, I actually didn't even think about this. This is actually nuts. Okay, let me back it up here because things just got spicy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So remember how we talked a little bit of earlier? We talked about how if we get an Omen counter, we can use this Grim Partiche to copy a card and be able to utilize it. Well,
Yeah.
let's look at some spice now here. Because we now have Reverse Affliction, removing that card from our lineage to get a curse counter, we no longer lose that five health from our champion. But this is a 2-cost spell, meaning we can now play Grim Partiche to copy said spell to negate any card activation we want. The benefit here is the card is a copy, meaning it cannot go under our champion's lineage because the card will cease to exist once it moves zones. So, because of this reason, Grim Partiche now just becomes a 2-cost negate a spell. That is negate any card. That is nuts.
And then the Grim Pastiche also not only returns to graveyard, but can of course be cycled back into the deck via Phantasmagoria.
What a deck, dude.
What a play! How did I not think of that? Okay. Look at this. This is
Alice players out there, some like outside Alice players are, man, we have no way to win this game. Other Alice, watch me. I don't need a win.
well. I would say for any Alice players out there watching this, one, you've already won. There's 2 Alices here. But 2, uh, Alice wins by simply not dying, and your opponent saying, "Why aren't you dead?" every turn until they decide to give up.
Whew, this is a spicy game, which normally in Grand Archive we can kind of judge who has the better board position. I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know
Well,
which side has it.
I will say a big part of this is both board positions look pretty similar. Uh, our biggest thing here, the biggest wild card is those 2 miasmas. But both players have a banner snatch. They're both ephemeral, so undying dreams, anything like that, able to go ahead and buff those. And if you saw previously, we had very different damage totals, but now uh, we've recovered mostly, and now we're okay. Well, taking just a little bit. Oh, were curses removed from the water player?
I don't think. I think they're just
Oh
tucked
no,
under.
no, no. Yeah, there was.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're just tucked under.
For a second, I thought they took the extra Alice 2 damage.
And we are seeing Devouring Malice come into play with all 3 modes on it,
3.
which is
Yeah.
actually really strong, really strong for Alice. Just because normally with Devouring Malice, we see people will usually put 2 just to be able to use the first and second effect for the 3 debuff counters, and then the deal 3 to a champion or cover 3. But as you've clearly seen in this game so far, not hard for us to heal 8 damage. So we can essentially read that bottom text as, oh, I'm going to draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards. Yeah, a big card, and we haven't seen it yet, but Abnegation, which is recover 8 plus X, where X is twice the amount of curse cards in your champion's lineage. So every curse that these players tuck under their champion potentially represents an extra 2 recovery. In addition, and this is kind of a funny interaction now that we've seen the Fire player's Omen play, Alice specifically can go ahead and ephemerate an Abnegation whenever a card is negated. So once again, if you're out there, I did ask you to move it to the primary screen. That's okay. That is I didn't understand, but we're in for a long one. So you can be on the secondary, but you still have to pay attention. Promise me. Promise me.
And I think
All right.
both players now in the game plan of let's just dig, because at this point it's defenses are up. Now we need the silver bullet. We need the way to get through. And I think both these players are kind of looking for it, which, as we said, I believe the miasma for the third miasma for water is kind of what we're probably digging for. That is our game plan right now. And then for fire, I think the game plan is mainly just to get back to Jabberwocky and try to go for the big sacrifice play.
Yeah, I'm super interested in the creative shock for fire ditching in Undying Dreams, where I mean, to me, right? I think I would sort of use it on my single ephemerated Bandersnatch there, if only because at worst, trying to stop that miasma from giving us too many debuff tokens.
True. Now I'm also wondering because we still see the
Very
Water
interesting
Alice
decision.
still sitting with the Regalia tucked under, so we have not seen the Omen play yet. So I'm wondering what our goal's going to be.
Yeah, it is interesting, especially man. I don't know if we're going to be able to talk about it, but in the sideboard, it intrigues me a lot for the water player, for that Omen counter. Let's see, so classic Alice on Alice. We're just getting those Phantasmagoria counters up. I believe fire is that 15? That's a lot.
At what point do you just be like, you're like, yeah, just I'm gonna just stack the top two sides of the deck.
uh well, it's probably when you have to ask yourself the question that you never want your opponent to ask you, which is how many cards are left in the deck.
I realize now that you made the comment about the sideboard for
Yeah.
water. That's what you're talking about. I
I
realize now. I'm like, I get what you're saying. I don't understand. We'll provide some insight if we get there. But yeah, I get it.
yeah.
I get it. I get it now.
Let's
Sideboard
see.
optional.
Sideboard sideboard is optional. That's a big thing. For
We have
players
to
out
get there
there.
first.
So oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, for a second, I thought they had drawn that miasma, but we're just seeing a third miasma, or potentially technically fourth, actually, because the other one got cycled to the bottom of the deck, go right into the graveyard via the Phantasmagoria.
Yep. And something that's the other thing that we realize building this list, and something you may see these players start to do, is because you know the cards you're going to get are tucked and you get to choose essentially the order of what you're tucking the cards back to the bottom. There is some play to essentially be stacking it away to know you're going to get to the right number. But man, is that a hard thing to do. It is a very difficult piece of tech to be able to keep track of.
Yeah, especially with how many you're going to count how many cards are in banish. You have to count all your cards in your deck, and the biggest thing is you have to hope that something doesn't happen to sort of take out another Spectre ally and put an extra counter when you weren't expecting it. See, fire. Okay. Oh, there we go. There's that Harrow the saved. Just making sure that we aren't going to lose to a deck out, which once again I think is actually really really cool for Alice to be this, or well, Phantom Alice to be this champion that's basically looking to just elongate the game. They're not going to lose the deck out. They're not going to lose to life. They're just trying to find a way to victory, which is sort of their big thing. In a way, you're actually fighting the meta clock.
The more I realize, so many of these cards just go back to the graveyard and you just see them again.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Well, so let's talk. There's that Grim Pastiche. Uh, what card are we looking for in Fire? Let's have a look at their deck. So we're in that position again. We've got to get through this Bandersnatch, and we still have those two miasma with no way to get rid of them. So we're always, or any ally that we put out, it's always gonna be at risk. Two Grave Gateaus, though. There we go. Giving us the potential for one turn, especially on a Jabberwocky, to go ahead and take out the Bandersnatch and begin getting damage in again. Unfortunately, damage to the Bandersnatch would mean that our opponent's going to go ahead and recover.
Yep, and there is a play there is a play that Alice does make, especially the fire one, 'cause has a better chance of doing this, and you'll probably see it as we progress through this game. But Alice is going to start essentially their goal right now, or the fire Alice is to build up an influence, a very, very large influence. So one of the crazy pieces of tech play you can do with this deck is you can get out Jabberwocky, and you're essentially going to, as long as you have the resources to do it, you can keep sacrificing Spectre allies to essentially increase the bonus. So one of the plays you can do is build a bunch of resources, draw into what is going to be your Rosewinged Hollow, and play the Rosewing Hollow, sacrificing the Bandersnatch, then use the Rosewing Hollow effect to give it another buff using the Haunt counter effect to give a Spectre ally +2. And so you go with a one big swing with Jabberwocky. But it is such a long drawn out way to do this, and I think we've only seen one local do this strategy, and it was fun to watch. I will say it was fun to watch it, but that might be the goal for fire here. It's just I'm eventually gonna get there.
Yeah, that I mean that would be at least 8. Clearing that. Oh, what cleared the Bandersnatch there? I just missed that play. I
I think it might have been
believe.
just the mill. I think it was just the mill. I don't think it was clear. I don't think did Bandersnatch get played. I think it just got milled.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
What are we like? Influence of 12 now? 12, 13 for fire?
I think it might be more than that actually. That being said, that Phantasmagoria can't quite see the counters, but we know it's above 12. That all important Hero the saved. Making sure that's in there.
And I believe right now, as we mentioned, because Phasmagoria, we do get to choose the order cards go on back. That's what we just saw happen. Is
Yes.
we saw the player absolutely choose the order.
Which, if you're going to be playing Alice, definitely a skill you want to develop. It's one of Alice's huge advantages. Sort of that we mentioned at the start, where if you're very careful with glimpses, if you're very careful with counting the cards, you're able to essentially choose what goes in the graveyard. And as you mentioned before, by choosing what goes in the graveyard, that essentially means we get to choose what we're able to play.
I'm not big brain enough for this deck. Number two big.
I,
NEETfull brain
I
hurt.
that's my fault. I introduced you to numbers bigger than 4. I'm sorry.
I play slimes. I can count to 5.
Um, if you ever play Needful, he doesn't have to count to 5. He counts to exactly 1 Storm Slime. It's the worst. Uh, so
So yeah,
in
at this point,
here,
yeah, this is weird because fire is already at the point where fire is going to potentially guarantee their draw every turn. Is where we're at. Um, where we're at on water is we're desperately trying to get that other miasma. It's our goal. So we are in a game state of your opponent is now in their true end game of I'm going to pick every card draw every turn is essentially where they're at. Versus water is, man, I really need to get this other miasma.
well, and I think we definitely do see that sort of plan come through for water, adding Phantasmagoria counters as quickly as possible. We're gonna get our Jabberwocky back out, our
Which
Spectral Haunting.
I don't think fire has a way to deal with the
Uh,
Jabberwocky.
I don't think so either. Let's see if there's some unpreventable damage in fire right now.
I don't think so. I think it's this is
Oh.
this is the water end game. Jabberwocky's eventually gonna get us there. Maybe. But being able to guarantee your draw every turn also means we're probably not really caring too much about 4 damage a turn.
That being said, Bandersnatch is also back out. This is so with the card limit of 4, of course, it's probably a little disheartening when you face an Alice player and they've played their 6th Bandersnatch. And of course, unbeknownst to these players, how many of any given card are actually in there. Uh, Checking Bandersnatch real quick. Yeah, there's only 2. So this Bandersnatch has done quite a bit of work. There we go. Phantasmagoria allowing us to count out the cards, making sure that we are in charge of our deck, essentially. And yeah, at this point, I believe there should be 15 counters on the fireside. So that is, I'm pretty sure, almost the whole deck that is left. Their
I
influence, I think their influence is 14.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty much the whole deck, which we're at a point now where it's essentially what at this point we only want one specific card. I think we're going to be very careful and also getting more counters on Phasmagoria because getting too many means there's a bad chance we just unfortunately mill ourselves.
I think the more interesting thing is, at this point, you're basically just showing your opponent what your deck is going to look like because they've seen it all publicly in the graveyard.
Man, keeping track of a opponent's deck like this, like on webcam, is hard. It's difficult. Man, this is happening now. The entire deck being kept track of. I'm like, just send me the deck list. Just
Just send me-
send it over. DM me the deck list. I've seen it already. Just send it over.
yeah, what could be more fair? Just show me everything. All right. Still, I think the most interesting thing here is only 6 counters on the water side. So, unfortunately, I think unfortunately Water Alice probably not expecting to run into a different Alice.
Well, I think we were a little off on that count. I think that was, if I was counting along with it, well, I think that
Yeah.
was 20 to 23 cards milled.
20,
So we are much higher on that Phantasmagoria count than you thought.
I'm off by 5. What happened? Well, okay, I do know what happened. It was a bunch of ephemerates and miasma kicking in. That's interesting. Uh, man, 20. I that is, I think, without the Hair of the Saved, you'd be unable to actually do it. One thing I do want to point out: Phantasmagoria is a May, so these players don't have to be doing it, but it is, of course, their advantage. Um, and let's see.
Looks like we're putting a buff counter onto Jabberwocky, I believe, maybe in some way. I think we may have had that cake go, I think. Oh, there's another one.
Hmm.
That grave got
Okay.
Tool.
Yeah, here we go. I think you're right. Just Jabberwocky. Every... Oh. See,
There's Lost Promises coming out.
Lost Promises.
So
So
damage
there you go.
doesn't matter, but we're just going to end the combat phase.
Yeah, much like Song of Frost, it also has a alternate cost where you can go ahead and banish 6 cards, which is, once again, not a huge deal for Alice, as long as we know where our Hair of the Saved is. Oh, I was unable to see the water card there that was banished, or the card for water. It does appear to be an Umbra.
which also means, oh man, now I just realized that. So we're never going to get our first attack through at this point of how this is going to work out. Because if we keep getting Haro the save, We're just gonna keep getting it, and every turn it's just gonna be hard to save into this. Oh no. Who are the real
Uh,
hostages here? Is it the Alice players or is it us? How
okay, well,
long?
I mean, it's the Alice players. If oh man.
How long has this stream been trapped here?
Uh,
Ages.
well, I mean, so you have a beard. So how much longer is it now?
It's we can't even go back. I gotta go shave before we jump back on.
I would I doubt anyone has the time, but if we did, I would love for us to come back with Rip Van Winkle beards, like on. I don't have one around. Oh, okay. We are actually getting to play that Rile of the Abyss that we generated with the mantle.
That is that is the second Round of the Abyss played. A ban card has been played twice. Welcome to Grand Archive.
Yeah, I mean, so Mantle of the Abyss, as well as the newer card, Sable Mirror, I believe it's pronounced, for Nico, being able to generate banned cards, in this case, Rile the Abyss, and for Sable Mirror in Icebound Slam, in order for champions who I believe Weebs, sort of meant it to be for their archetype to use. So in our case, we are seeing Ryle in its full strength to be able to not only discard what we need, but draw up cards and get out our Jabberwocky. Are we going to see these Grave Gateaus get used here? Okay, I think we're seeing 2 Spectre Banishes for a +4 power.
Looks like that Jabberwocky turning sideways. Possibly going. Well, it has to go into the Bandersnatch.
Has to go to the Bandersnatch. On the bright side, your opponent cannot go into negatives. you can't recover below 0. So you can't make the game any longer by taking out that Bandersnatch. I did notice. So let's see.
And it looks like Wee's 2
Phantasmagoria.
Grave Gatos here on the Bandersnatch. Yeah, it looks like. So yeah,
Yeah.
we're on the same game plan, both players.
I do believe water should be at 9 though, with that Bandersnatch dying. Because every time a Spectre ally that you control dies, you get to put a haunt counter on the Phantasmagoria, which is where we see our fire player with at least 20 by your count there.
And yes, we are now into overtime. We are into overtime into this to make everybody feel better into game 3. People watching at home, and in no way is this still game 1. This is
Yes.
1000%.
In fact, if you are just joining us, this is overtime of game 3. You have to watch the beginning of the stream in order to understand everything else that has happened here in this Alice Mirror. If you're watching the VOD, go back, check it out.
The sideboard tech options were insane, like absolutely nuts for both these players. They were crazy picks. Like I would never have sideboarded that way, but
I so yeah, just real quick, because unfortunately it looks like we're not going to see them. For our water player here, the sideboard is 4 cards. It is 4 copies of Baleful Oblation. And that's it. That's it. So once again, Baleful Oblation, you may have seen it in quite a few CL decks, especially Advent of the Stormcaller decks, where they're able to use Baleful to deal 15 damage to everything that isn't their champion. But in this case, the Water deck, taking a look, I'm unsure what they would swap out and want to use their Baleful Oblation on.
I 100% think it is just I'm gonna get 1 Omen. and I'm gonna keep doing a very small amount of damage for X number of turns.
To be fair, if you were able to open one of your spectral hauntings, you would be doing 6, which is not necessarily a very small amount. It's not as huge as 15, of course, but 6 damage to everything that is your champion, not too bad. And then on the fire side, taking a look at their sideboard, we have an extra banner snatch. We see some spirels, so that ties not only into being able to damage your opponent with a constant 3, but also able to negate cards if you're able to predict their cost. As well as the Orb of Sealing, which has been very popular in pretty much any deck's sideboard this season.
And I was like, where did we take all that damage? And I realized, oh, I think we did the unpreventable draw.
Oh. Yeah, if we're doing that unpreventable draw, definitely looking to have an abnegation in hand. Making sure that we don't take damage from a really large Jabberwocky, especially with that influence that fire has. Oh,
I
oh,
that moved so fast at the end.
big.
Did we see the Jabberwocky loop and then just end there, or did we just go into turns and just end there? I might have to
I
wait
was
for the
about.
result to see what happened. I'll be
I was
honest.
about to ask. Did the?
That was
Oh, okay.
that, or they may have just mutually agreed, like, "Hey, I can't win. You can't win. Let's go home." And he's showing him. He's
He's
showing
showing
the
the
support.
balefuls. Yes. Yes. Well,
I think both these players knew as soon as they both revealed Alice. They
yeah.
knew what this game was going to be. They knew what's happening.
Yeah, and let this be a warning or lesson, I suppose, for people. If you're going to your locals and you're going to play an Alice player, uh, they have so many tricks. And here, our one big thing is, of course, when Alice mirror match, both the tricks. The problem is all the tricks are about extending the game. So every single piece, and we just heard here, unfortunately, it actually was a tie 0-0. So all those extensions able to bring the game to a full time as well as overtime tie.
And it looks like the poll in the chat was also a draw.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh
Oh boy.
man.
Well, hey, normally after a game like that, we would take some time and discuss and what happened and kind of go from there. But I think after one game, I think we want to take a very quick break so we can get things set up for the next one. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to a very quick break as we're going to be very quickly going to the next round. So we will see you guys here in a moment and we'll be back with some more Grand Archive and hopefully not keep you hostage. See you guys in a
See you
few.
soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here getting ready for round two. Still getting things prepared to pick out what deck lists we're going to throw in. Hopefully, we're not going to be held hostage as we said last time. But joining me this time is going to be Clem. Clem, how are you today, and how do you feel about that last game?
I'm gonna be honest. The moment I heard what the matchup was gonna be, I was like, no, I don't want to watch it. So because and this is kind of a thing. I will not give away too much, but in a recent ascent, at a recent ascent before it, I saw some of my friends test an Alice deck, and it was awful to watch them play it into anything because the whole deck is like this. It's like recover forever and just survive. So the whole game plan of that deck was to like deck yourself out multiple times and go through your deck, which
Yeah.
sounds miserable to play against. So
We had one local who did it, and he like when it came out, he came up with the idea. It was like, let's do this. I'm just gonna keep milling the deck, and then we realized very quickly. He goes, how long did the game one take you? And he goes, against like an actual aggressive deck, it took me about 40 minutes to try to win game one. We're like, all right, maybe
mm,
not the deck for us.
yeah, no, that's not it. The moment you have something that says that you can shuffle your grave back into your deck, people are gonna go for it. Cause I know, cause I would go for it, right? I would want to do shenanigans, but then you focus on that, and then you just do it forever. And Alice right now doesn't have the you win the game card yet, so it's hard.
Yeah, soon. Maybe it's the ultimate. And we did get the deck list. We do have the next matchup. It is going to be a Win Tristan going against a Fire Aetherwing Diana. So we are going to see can the very resilient defensive Tristan deck be able to outlast the damage that Fire Aetherwing can just stack on so quickly, which this is a deck that I did not expect to be able to do the damage it does. And then all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, I'm going to show you what it's like to be the true high roll fire deck. And
Yeah.
it's like, ooh,
Maybe
it's insane.
Diana was meant to be an aggro deck all this time. We just didn't think about it.
I mean, two of the best versions right now are both aggro. We both water and
Yep.
fire. No, both very, very strong in what
Yep.
they're doing. It's the Aether Wings are just nuts in terms of just how easily they can set those up, and as well that they can do a lot of it during the recollection phase makes it so much trickier to think about the potential damage your opponent has. Because a lot of times it's just, yeah, I expect them to be able to play 2 or 3 cards at most during the turn. That's fine. But now this deck can just sometimes just be like, I'm gonna play 5 or 6 cards on a turn and just go for it and say
Yeah,
good.
but honestly, I think it's still fairly balanced, and I really really enjoy it because I like watch. I cannot play it, but I enjoy watching others play it.
Yeah, I
um,
think
yeah. Sorry.
no, and I agree. I think the biggest thing with Fire Throwing is it is a very powerful deck. It has the potential to do a lot of damage very quickly, but it is also a very good reason of why we do not have Omni Shroud on these weapons. And that we were able to interact with some of the key pieces of them. Because if not, it would be much harder. But because the weapon can be vulnerable, you have a lot more options to, if you take your time and play a little bit more defensive against them, you can stop some of that. And as well with fire, unlike the water list, the fire is very much a more all in. I'm going to play everything and I'm going to try to kill you. If the deck fails to meet that threshold of getting you to that life, to that essentially kill point, the deck suffers on getting the influence back up, unlike water. So it is something that I do feel a little bit better playing into it because if I can survive that initial onslaught, I have a better chance in the late
Yep.
game. But it's still very scary because if I don't see the right cards, there's a good chance I'm going to die before I can do anything.
Oh yeah, for sure. The thing is that I think we saw it really nicely at London that it has a lot of potential, but it also needs to hit those key cards. Like if you see no um Aether charges at the beginning of your turn when you play the card that looks through the top 5 cards of your deck, it is really tough. And it looks like these card pairs are already often in the game. So I'm excited to see what they're cooking up.
And we
Pretty,
already Fire Diana took no
yeah.
time to wait here. We were already at Diana. we already have the Aether Wing out, so we are very much set up to be able to start doing some massive damage here.
Yeah, so it looks pretty like, this is exactly the start you want for Diana. It's explosive. It's very quick. I think that Mana Flare Barrage is in the graveyard, so it was probably played last turn. Oh no, it was incapacitated. Yeah, that's looking at the current board state. That's what it feels like happened with the Incap and Barrage both in the graveyard.
Yeah, very much likely we went distant, we got the weapon, and we attempted on Recollection to go for it, and Tristan was like, no, 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 no. I know what happens here if I let that go through. You're not doing that.
Yep. That sounds very fair. Honestly, it is what you need to do in this situation because the Triviera Dream is already on the board. The Hannah is distant right now. If you don't stop that initial burst, and Mana Barrage really hurts if they play it right. If you get the damage from that, from it resolving, and then it shooting in a Triviera Dream, you're in a world of hurt.
Oh, for sure. And Dream is actually the scariest one you can see here, but it's, as we mentioned, it is more of the all-in defenses down sort of sort of Aether Wing,
Yep.
where you don't get the protection that others see with the Spell Shroud. So you are trading an insane buff that if you get 3 charges underneath that underneath that Aether Wing, it's a lot of damage very, very quickly. So we are trading out the defensive that you see with the other Aether Wings, but this deck don't care. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, go for it. If you got it, you got it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, did we see an Etheric Calibration resolve and not get loaded into the Triviera Dream?
I think. Oh no, we did. We were pretty quick there. So we essentially loaded it, and then we did an attack for just the. We did a
Oh,
quick
so we were
attack with
like,
just
all
that.
right,
Yeah,
it resolves and then immediately go attacking? Because
yeah,
it felt very rushed, but looking at the damage, that would
yeah. So yeah. So what
make
happened is it
sense.
did load the calibration and loaded. It looks like we also did a charge of soul as well, and
Yeah.
then quickly kind of just shortcutted a little bit. Luckily, we were able to reverse engineer and math our way back there.
It's very tough because it's hard to know what the players are doing when like they don't go through the motions and yet play more like Aether charges, right? Because then it gets a bit confusing not seeing all of them loaded into the weapon and then disappear.
This aggro Dan is taking the play fast, go fast, very literally.
Just gotta go fast, gotta deal as much damage as you can. Just start punching. Honestly, I feel like that's what you should do in a Tristan matchup because the moment they hit level 3, it's game over for you.
Yeah, very much so. And especially with this list where you don't have many ways besides you have some, of course we have some barrage and stuff to go around the shadows, but once that shadow comes into play and we have prep counters to just redirect the attack, it gets so much harder for this deck to be able to try to close things out because it does rely very heavily on the bow for most of this game.
Yeah, but it seems it's not only relying on the bow because the contraband revolver coming out. That's a like it was up in the beginning of the match, but I did not expect it to be in this deck. I'm gonna be honest, and I haven't had the time to really look at the deck list here. Why do you think is the real reason for it to be in there?
Yeah, so this is a version of the list we actually saw come out of the regionals, and I believe we saw it at the last ascent as well, in one of the lists. But the basic idea of this is to not commit too many resources into just the bows.
Mhm.
To also be able to kind of divide it between the guns and the bows, because the guns get some benefits that the bows cannot. So very, very big one is incendiary shot, which is a on hit deal 2 damage on top of being able to do the damage as well. So it allows us to be able to, as the game progresses and we can no longer do that triple Aether Wing setup like we see in the early game, it allows us to essentially get the gun, play one bullet, and get a similar amount of damage that we would get with the bows. Not necessarily the same crazy top end, but we essentially get, in terms of a pound for pound, a little bit more damage for just having the lower influences, which you'll see this deck get very low where we can go down to 3 influence. Might be our entire end game with a deck like this.
Yeah, and it seems that it did come true perfectly as you predicted as well. And that is quite a bit of damage for really the same amount, if not a lower amount of resources, because it's one gun, one bullet, and you just go. So, and do you think, since this deck plays Blazing Throw as well, do you think sometimes we would see a contraband revolver come out just to be thrown?
Oh, 100%. It is part of the reason it's in there is sometimes it is just a extra benefit to just min-max your resources as much as possible. And you'll see with this deck that this deck has been so refined and it has gone through so many iterations that they have gotten this deck list down to a I'm going to squeeze every bit of damage I can out of every single card in this deck. It does make it so that there are sometimes you get these very weird clunky hands you have to navigate, which is kind
Mhm.
of the fun of a lot of these players playing the deck. But it is something that it does get you a little bit more options in terms of once I've exhausted one set of resources, I can move on to the next.
Pretty cool, but also very terrifying because you're still committing a lot of resources in terms of after you've used your blazing thrower, after you use that contraband revolver, if the damage gets blocked, it's gone forever. It's really, really hard to come back if you don't take the game home early.
Yep, and it looks like we did see Tristan play the Thurible. So any of
Yep.
that floating that we had there is unfortunately now gone. So
Luckily, I think there wasn't a lot in there, so it was not too bad of a loss. The card draw is a lot scarier because look at Parker's hand. That can have like 3 incapacitates, and he can play all 3.
now the opponent, I hope he doesn't have all three. I'll be honest, like it's like I really hope he doesn't have all of them.
Oh,
Like
it seems that it doesn't even matter if he has all of them because DRX Bomb doesn't have anything right now. He went all in those first 2 turns, and he couldn't deal damage. But Parker at the same time is not leveling up. He's really focusing on that influence here, which can be a kind of his downfall, I believe, because if he still stays on 22 health until until forever, it's a lot easier for DRX Bomb to reach that than 25 with some shadows on the board.
yeah, I think we're still level 1 actually. So I think we're just
Oh
19
yeah, wait.
or even lower than that.
Yep. So it's just 19 health with a lot
Which
of influence. But that's kind of crazy because it's still only 19, well, only 19 damn health, so that would be, I believe, actually a bit less than it because of the contraband revolver shot.
yeah,
I'm
so we're
not.
yeah, we're doing a quick update to damage. Biggest thing here is we had a reposition played before. Some people in the chat already pointed it out. We had a reposition played prior to that attack being done. So Diana does have distant. So it did add 1 extra damage to that attack. So we're just kind of going and backtracking and letting the players kind of show, hey, there was a damage miss. This is here.
Yeah.
It's not
So that,
it's not an optional. It's distant is a main. So you gotta let it happen.
mm, yeah, it's your hand is forced. So that's 7 damage needed only here for DRX Bomb to take the game home. And with Seeker's Aether Wing, he can guarantee that nothing like an Innervate Agility cannot stop him. And it seems that he is going for it with this Flickering Cinder. So he's gonna start deal a little bit of damage and be distant, which we do have to keep in mind here. It's gonna be an additional damage from Diana.
Which makes me wonder what we have on the Tristan side, because I thought we even to the in response to the one we might do the veiling, but
Yeah. Quake Drop Piercer, Mana Flare Barrage coming out. So we might be seeing a blazing. Oh yeah, that is that's not a bad. That's an Infernal Mana Streak. So we might be seeing a blazing throw here in a second. Then at the end of the day, it's 3 damage to the whole board so that Windblade's Lookout will be gone, or just 3 damage to Tristan and Tristan will be gone. Ah, there's the Incapacitate. Finally. It feels like you were saying that the Incapacity might have come out for that Flickering Cinder earlier. Technically 3 damage is better to stop, so it's not as bad. But Distant at the same time is terrifying. So I would have incapacitated the Flickering Cinder, but it's also hard to tell because this feels like more damage block because now the RX bomb cannot like shoot either. How do you feel about it, NEETfull?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the incap there was definitely the play. Now, I honestly would have rather keep incap now even more for this blazing throw more than anything else.
The second one's coming out. Trust. Like Parker is really thinking about it, so I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if we see another incapacity here.
And not even, and because it's a skill, not even Topsy helps us here.
Yeah, but you know what else would help? A Veiling would help a lot. That would make this turn. Yep, that would make this turn kind of whatever, because the RX bomb is still not taking the game home, and Distant will fall off at the end of the turn. Oh, that's 3. Wait, that's 3 only. It's not. It's a lot, but it's not like impossible for the RX bomb to get over here.
Yeah, but now we're be fair though, I don't think there's much we can do beyond that, so I think we're probably going to see a pass back. And
true.
I would assume Tristan to be going to level 2 here. You have
to.
I would not want to
There's no way that Parker's gonna okay, what can he even do for another turn? Because he already played all of his draw options.
Are we getting be fair, we could go boots here if we just want more prep, but
good.
Yep, level 2. Yep.
There it is. It's gonna be shuffling up that memory to better some cards for Tristan.
The hesitation on the level makes you wonder if Dungeon Guide might have been down.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was gonna ask. So Edward, what do you think we're gonna see for the magic 4th prep counter here? Are we seeing anything? They're not seeing anything. No. Damn. Unfortunate. So
one thing with Tristan is pushing to aggro. You can get away with just the one draw.
Definitely, but at the same time, it's you like cards. But if you're on the RX bomb side here, do you think Parker has a really good hand, or you're like, all right, they don't have that much that can stop me, or like they don't have that good of a hand, so I might have some time before level 3.
At this point, I think you have to. I'd be shocked if we don't see a Dungeon Guide come down here.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen enough cards in the deck. We've drawn enough that
it just has to be a Dungeon.
Hopefully hit.
It's a Tristan. And there's been a lot of cards drawn, so surely there is a Dungeon Guide. And watch Parker just pass. Just draw pass. No Dungeon Guide to be seen anywhere.
We haven't seen the Windmill Slam Dungeon Guide, so makes me wonder. Yeah, and then we passed, so.
Oh, so okay, but at the same time, as long as he just survives, it's not awful, because the RX Bob is gonna run out of influence and cards to play. Like, he's down to 4 influence at this point. Look at that
calibration coming down.
Yeah. As
Which,
well
as you said
as
earlier,
a Salamander's Breath. There's so many things on this board.
But I think on top of what you said earlier, I think we'll probably see it loaded under the True Sight Aetherwing, just so we can maybe get because we already saw our opponent reveal the Innervate Agility, so we can't realistically swing into him without having the True Sight or a way to remove stealth.
Yeah, so now you have... Wait,
no!
That's so... I mean, it's all at the same time. You also have to go all in here. And with how low the RX Bomb's influence is, that Ash Round Shot is kind of the dream of what he wanted to have here because it gives him a free Aether Charge. But Parker can stop it so easily now. Unless there is something that I'm forgetting and he can just give True Sight just in case that Enervate Agility comes out. Because even if he gets to 8 damage here, the Enervate is really puts a dent on that game plan. So he's attacking with Salamander's Breath.
We may be just using this as it might be a big brain play of just getting them to use it. We saw him show it. Get him to use it. Go ahead and D-level now. So that way we're still a turn away from level 3.
That could be because now you're only committing one Aether Charge, one Fire Aether Charge from your graveyard. The Aether Calibration, which is just one. Wait, and oh my god! Wait, the Ash Round Shot. If he cannot play the Ash Round Shot in response. Because my thought was, if you play Ash Round Shot before Enervate is played, then they cannot pay the cost of recovery. But I believe the RX Bomb accidentally banished 3 cards here because it's a bit of a easy thing to forget, especially when you always play with 3 Aether Charges loaded. That you can only banish as many fire cards from your graveyard as Aether Charges that you have. So, and loaded into Salamander's Breath. So, he could only go for 1 here. But
it looks like we may have like over banished.
Yeah, we were like, oh, it's kind of I understand it's a force of habit. I think we all have them of like not thinking about it and just being like, oh well, I always have 3, because that would put you at the same amount of damage as you get from a Triviera Dream being loaded with 3 Aether Charges. But so hopefully we can get a judge on that. But what I was saying is that if you Ash Round Shot before they get to play the Enervate Agility, they cannot recover, so they cannot pay the cost for it. But once the Enervate goes on the stack, they cannot Ash Round Shot anymore to stop the recovery because it's a cost. So it's something that you have to think ahead for quite a bit.
Yeah, and it looks like we're getting a judge to kind of go through because it looks like we did, as you mentioned, we did over banish the amount of cards there. So we're kind of correcting that to only give it that +1. Other big thing here is Crystalline Destiny did get played to stop that, and then we played the Charge the Soul to pop the Crystalline Destiny to let it go through. So, couple things happened on the stack there while we were watching.
Yeah. Huff, because I think. Sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying it's why I'm very scared. Like, it's very scary to try to into the Diana list to try to even play Crystalline Destiny because they have so many ways to just pop the bubble in response that you put on yourself.
Yeah, I think the fact that the RX Bomb is only attacking for 3 here probably changed Parker's mind on whether he should even play the Crystallized Destiny. Because 3 is not that scary if you're leveling up to Tristan 3 next turn. So, okay, looking at the RX Bomb's side of the board and deck, once Parker hits level 3, what can he really do? Is it basically game over once Parker is on 3?
You have enough spells / skills that you could push that remaining damage through. But as we mentioned, we saw the Enervate Agility already. So we could even, in some cases, if we're really desperate, we can aim Spell Shadow. So as long as our opponent doesn't necessarily draw what would be the Blazing Throw here, we could potentially just stop that aggression on that front as well and recover down. Plus be able to go back to get more shadows and more prep. So yeah, if we got a 3 here, it's going to be a little bit harder.
It's very definitely tough to come back from. Ensnaring Fumes played for 5. We've been looking at a lot at what the RX Bomb does because he's been doing more this game than Parker. But this kind of screams to me that unfortunately Parker has a really bad hand. Ping and Snaring Fumes for 5 just to be able to level up is painful. Unless he has some good, protective cards in his hand, which we've seen. Oh, okay.
Yep. And it looks like, yeah, at that point, hey, I'm going to 3, and I think we're just the writing's on the wall. Not too many ways for it to
Yep.
go through, so just move on. Unfortunately, that's one thing you do have to recognize as well in this matchup. I think we've talked about it. We talked about this before. We mentioned it before. But one big thing about Grand Archive is kind of knowing when to maybe just not keep playing that game and move on. Because you do have the clock you have to worry about, and especially in a deck like Tristan where they can play a little bit more control. Time is very much a resource in this game. So
Yep.
recognizing that you may not have time to be able to close it out and moving on to a what is arguably for you is a better match into game 2 because you're going to have the sideboard that you need to go into this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that you have to think about quite a bit. And I think like in most games, but Grand Archive especially, because of the the way our system's set up.
Yep. And
So
it's
let's look at the graveyard
yep. And it's
real
so
quick. So now that DRX Bomb gets to decide who goes first, what do you think? Do you think that will kind of influence what DRX Bomb is bringing in? What are we going to see here?
yeah, so for DX Bomb, we have a couple of options that we're going to probably see enter the list. We're probably going to see the Enfeeblement Orb definitely come in this matchup. One of the big things you can kind of catch these Tristan lists on is they really like to sit on a 3-card hand. So if you can use the Orb of Enfeeblement to force them to use removal, or in this case, defensive pieces before they want to, it can be incredibly powerful.
Yep.
As well is we would probably see Aetherwings Ward maybe come in this. But for the most part, I think we're going to stick to the same game plan. Just get rid of maybe something like Terrafring. We're not going to have as much value in this matchup, and more go for an Enfeeblement Orb where we can kind of keep that pressure. Because I think the name of the game is, as we mentioned in game 1, it's put as much damage as quickly as possible and hope our opponent doesn't have the way out.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think you're right. I don't know if Parker can bring in a lot of things. 'Cause he has so many one-off single cards in there.
Yeah, I think Calming Breeze could be one to come in because Calming Breeze play would stop a lot of the damage coming in from the various Aether Wings. Of course, there are some top heavy. The attack is going to be very top heavy to get around it. Blazing Throw would get around it because it'll be higher than the 3 count. But the extra Calming Breeze, I wouldn't be shocked coming in. And then honestly, bringing in the Zephyr, the one of Zephyr, not a terrible call because we can Zephyr some of these Aether Wings. We could Zephyr while the load triggers on the stack, which can be incredibly powerful and really backbreaking to these lists.
Yeah, you're right. That Calming Breeze is really going to hurt them. And if it comes out, obviously Parker is kind of playing for that level 3, especially now. Even if he didn't know what the deck is about, now he really knows. So it's gonna be a lot more about just surviving this game until he gets to level 3.
Yeah, and I
Oh,
very I would not be shocked if we this game we don't use as many turns to draw cards off of like we did last one, and just utilize that and get to 3 because we can easily get to 3 and start drawing our hand back at that point where we have the defenses up.
yeah. I I wouldn't be shocked either. And it's a lot better of a start for DRX Bomb here, though. That Triviera Dream immediately being loaded with the Mana Flare Barrage, finally resolving and being able to play a Singeing Leap, which trades 1 damage for basically 1 damage and a Trivi and like a free Aether Charge is pretty good here. Oh, did I once again miss like swap Infernal Mana Streak and Mana Flare Barrage? That's a problem. They look so similar and they do such similar things, right? They both deal 2 damage, 3 if you're distant, and then they both load in and deal 1 damage as an Aether Charge. Oh,
Oh, and
wait,
there's
that's so good. 2 hits off of the ignition draw? That's I I feel like that's a perfect number in this deck.
Ignition Draw is I think it's actually the card that made this deck even possible. Like it is
Yeah.
you talk about getting a card that you desperately needed for your deck to work, and I think Ignition Draw is it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's absolutely now that is an infernal mana streak on the board that we're seeing.
Is that another Ignition Draw?
Is it or
We are
burning aether charge? They look quite similar. I believe that is a burning aether charge. Looking at how much text there is, and because the graveyard emptied out here, so it is Kindle too. So he doesn't even have
Oh,
to
yep,
pay
it
for
is.
it. He can play at a very low influence. But the Topsy Decree, the Spell Shroud coming out. So that's for this specific aether charge because it has to target the champion, otherwise it will not resolve. So we're not going to be seeing it loaded into the Trivia Dream. Oh,
Yep.
Blazing Throw discarded. Wow. Painful.
Ooh.
Painful.
Makes you wonder what the rest of that hand is to get, because Blazing Throw doesn't care about Spell Shroud, so. Also, stopping your opponent on the third attempt to load, that is insane.
Yeah, that's
Yep, and unfortunately, because
crazy.
of missing that last one, we are not going to get the trigger for the extra damage, which that is what a
Wow.
way for Topsy to stop quite a bit of damage
Yeah,
there. That
and
is
oftentimes I think you really are debating whether to Topsy or not because your norm cards, especially in Tristan, I feel like are all incredibly impactful. Like it can give away your game plan, your future plays, and like it's a lot of information. So imbuing it is a massive decision. But here it's definitely really good because you want to get Diana's influence as low as possible and just run away with the game.
for sure. And the big thing is being able to miss that ignition draw, where we
Yeah.
only got to play one of the cards, and now we're also an extra card down. This is looking a lot better for Tristan here because I think we just saved ourselves easily. What is that? 3, 5, 6 damage from just one Topsy?
Yeah.
Pretty nuts.
And in the Ashram shot being forced out of the RX bomb's hand as well. Because it was either play it or lose it. It means that that's one less to stop your Enervits later. Ooh, Seeker's Aether Ring coming out. That means that either the RX bomb is scared of an Enervit or we might be seeing another Blazing Throw from him.
I think at this point we just need that damage in, and I think that's being able to possibly get through with the innervate is actually the big worry.
Yeah, true.
In
Oh,
Dungeon Guide to
Dungeon Guy.
2, wow. Oh,
Parker's also scared or sees that losing out a turn here is really painful. Slice and dice. Banish for Dungeon. And so, okay. Do you
and we're not
think...
even getting a draw. We're just
Yeah, we're
wow.
just
All right.
going.
Oh no. And
Oh,
a
okay,
second. Okay.
okay. I
All right.
understand
All
everything.
right.
I
Not like
understand.
this. Not like this.
It's GG.
Yep, that is gonna do it. That wow. Alrighty. That
Yeah, the erase bump. Knowing that, hey, yep, you hit level 3 again. I literally cannot do anything anymore.
what
So
a
that was a really, really fast
get
game
that
of Grand Archive.
which hey, I mean that's Aetherwing as we sent it's essentially as we mentioned before we even went into this, and I think this is we might have just be beating a dead horse here every time we bring this up, but once again, this list has two modes. It is send everything and win, or send everything and hope I can grind out the rest of that damage. But when that grind that we saw there at the very end, dungeon guiding all the way to 3, foregoing the draw, probably go to that point. We're going to be 3 cards in hand. Doesn't matter to Tristan because now we're going to be against the Diana with 4 influence, and it's going to require us to do at that point what almost 20, a little under 20 damage, or like 19, 18 damage to be able to wrap up that game through the potential of just more defenses. Yeah, at that point, I would be in the same boat. I'd be like, yeah, I'm good, man. Let's.
Yeah.
I'm done.
It's miserable because you also know that they will win, but it's not gonna be fun. However, I feel like this was one of those rare situations where the RX bomb genuinely might have had a chance because Parker only had a 1 preparation counter. So if you only have 1 preparation counter, there's not a lot you can redirect. So, but at the same time, it looked like the RX bomb's hand was kind of exhausted as well. So it's a tough decision because it looks like there might have been a chance, but we weren't in the game. And like you said, it's gonna be long and painful.
Yeah, and not to mention he would have very much if Parker leveled as well, he was going to get the extra prep, so I was going to put him at 2. So that was also another thing to look at. On top of if he had Innervate in hand, it's even harder because at that point D-level back to level 2 just to level back again to 3 to get more shadows, and at that point the Shadow Claw is going to do all the work for you to close out
Yeah.
that game. So it's one of the things of playing aggro is you got to know sometimes you got it and sometimes you high roll very, very well. And then sometimes your opponent says, I can also high roll. And they dungeon guide to 3 before you expect it. And you're like, yeah, I guess I can't do anything. That's thumbs up. Let's move
Only
on.
only so much you can do. Only so much you can do. All right.
No.
However, I need a really, really short break to fix some technical difficulties. But I'm excited to chat with you, NEETfull, a bit more about these decks. So give us like 5 minutes, and we'll be right back with some very fun discussions about these 2 games.
All right. See you here in about a couple minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are welcome back to us as we only got a couple of minutes. So
Yep.
hopefully the mic is fixed. We're no longer holding it up.
It's floating on its own.
It is
I
stable again.
I forget my desk dimensions. It's awfully constructed under it because there's a tiny ledge and then the metal that like holds up the desk itself, and I cannot move it around. And I forgot that on the sides it's shorter than on the front and back. So when I put up the mic arm, I was like, oh, it's fine. And then just mid match, I slowly saw my microphone tilting, and I was like,
Oh
oh,
no!
that's
Like,
not
oh
it.
no! That ain't it, Chief.
It's like,
I
oh,
had a
I
similar
have
thing with my old desk.
yeah.
I had to get a new one because I was like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Well, hey, now that we're back, we got some time to kill. It's kind of the biggest one as we kind of go for this yap session. We can also take some questions in the chat if people want those as well. But I do want
True.
to bring up kind of one of the big decks that we've seen break out from this event, and I think one of the biggest thing of anytime we get something out of Proxia's vault, we see decks are coming back and doing some new things. But I don't think we've seen a deck come back as in full force as we did with Water Nico with getting that new Proxia's Vault
Because
card.
Nico fans are fiends for Nico. They will do anything just to see her on the board more. So I feel like that's probably the main reason, because what? Tenoris, it's fine. Ari did come back, but Polaris came out at a time where people were like kind of Ari fatigued, in a way of there's a lot of Astra and like talks about it going around. Every judge promo was Ari, and it's still Ari. And people are like, what's going on with that? And then it looked like it was more for potions than what it actually was for his Cosmic Bolt.
Yeah, yeah. But luckily it's also play enough that we had to maybe a zero cost was a little bit too powerful by a little bit. But I will say Sablemere for a Proxy Assault card, pretty strong. Still staying on the same kind of basic idea we've seen with other Proxy Vault cards, where it's if you meet a condition, you can play it for free from your material deck. So you can kind of think about it as like a free card. And it seems like that is the goal I'm trying to go with a lot of these, is giving us a Proxia's Vault card that we have to materialize normally can generally be, I wouldn't say unplayable, but harder to do because it kind of breaks our idea of trying to get the 3 and then do these. Versus Nico, you're a mill deck. You're putting cards in your opponent's graveyard. So why not give away, say, hey, if your opponent has 3 cards in there, let's make it for not necessarily free, but let's skip materialization to get it out. And then the fact that they're like, hey, you remember Icebound Slam? What if we just put it back in the deck?
Okay, but it plays, I think, and that I really like that you brought up that point, because the problem with Icebound Slam was turn 1 Icebound Slam.
Yeah.
Later, you have a lot more resources and like a lot more interaction that you can do with it. Like, even if you just put down a Fluffy because you didn't want to do a turn 1, because that's kind of crazy. But if you put down a Fluffy on the next turn, you can use it to intercept. And the way Proxia's Vault plays around not needing restrictions on cards, like, it's called banned and restricted, but I feel like the restricted part is really swallowed up and encompassed by Proxia's Vault, because it basically limits the copies you can play to 1 with a lot of points you have to meet, but that are easy for the decks that the cards were meant for. So, like, I feel like, because Icebound Slam makes Nico viable, but it made other decks broken. And it's hard to see that when you have to test every card in the game already existing, every deck existing. So, like, something slipped through.
Yeah.
And Proxius is amazing for playing around, not having to restrict cards and make life harder for new players.
Yeah, we saw it with Alice, of course, we saw it with Nico. I think it's a very good way to bring these cards back. And as you mentioned, the way of just making these decks that really they were made for, the decks that could really benefit from having them, don't feel like that they are crippled for not having these cards anymore into the deck. Like, and the biggest thing with Nico getting Icebound Slam is it filled a gap where a lot of Nico decks kind of ran into a rut where you had a very strong opening. You played these defensive cards and these different openers to get the floating, to get to level 1 and start enabling that game plan. But then you got into this weird kind of mid game where you needed cards in your graveyard, but you didn't have a way to get them there without having a very, very strong opening, like something like a multiple Fractal of Rains, or having a way to self mill like Conniving Plans. So it made it very difficult for them to utilize these. But being able to say, all right, cool, I'm gonna do this. If the faster my opponent plays their cards, so for example, if they're doing Cremation Ritual and they're not creating, well, Cremation would be the good way to say it too. But Creative Shot, Cremation Ritual, any way that they're dumping their own cards in the graveyard, you get a benefit of doing this earlier. So now you fill this gap of if your opponent plays faster, you
You
technically play faster as well.
Yeah, you get to catch up in a much more organic way than you would have without Sable Mirror and Icebound Slim. Because, like you said, there aren't you have to put in a lot of resources to get to 3 cards in your graveyard, for example. But with Icebound Slim, it happens really easily and really quickly. And with the restriction of your opponent also needing to do it, and you needing to
Yep.
be Nico, right? You have to level up at least once.
Yeah. And I
Um,
think this deck
good.
always wants to go level 1 right away too.
Yeah.
Like that's you just need to do it. Um And the other, I think the other big thing is like, we had Glass in the chat also pointing it out. Is this card also puts lash counters on Nico based on if you pay more
True.
into it, which is that is also something not to overlook with this card. It's there are so many pieces in this deck that revolve around the lash counters. We have, of course, whenever we get to level 2, the number of lash counters lets us mill more cards. And then the other piece of this is the Magebane Lash gets stronger with the lash counters. So it enables 2 of our essentially best mechanics of Nico by just essentially saying, hey, I have a bunch of cards in hand. Let's get an Icebound Slam. Let's get the lash counters. And now my entire game plan to level 2 is now online, which I think is absolutely cool. And you can go just level 1 Nico. As we saw last week during the event, we saw a level 1 Nico aggro deck be able to play because it can get the lash counters at level 1, and Magebane Lash becomes a very scary card
Yep.
out of nowhere.
That- that's a very mild way to put it. It becomes terrifying. It becomes game ending. It's basically an ultimate on a stick.
Yeah, yeah, very much so. And it's so cool. And I think that's what I want to see with a lot more of these proxy vault cards is, and as we've seen it to now to the date as well, is just being able to bring a card to make a champion relevant that when has either lost something because of an unfortunate, as we mentioned with Icebound Slam, making it unfortunate thing of the card had to get banned. It had to
Yeah.
go because any water deck was just abusing it. There was no reason not to. It was your strongest opener in the game. So it had to go. But how do you balance that with not making a champion, I wouldn't say unplayable, but very hard to come back from losing like that. So we've seen it with Alice being able to get access to one of their best cycle cards. And then of course we've seen it now with Nico. We'll probably hopefully we'll see it with Sylvie. We'll get Baby Gray back and it'll be awesome. We'll get it like as long as we have 2
You're
slimes.
okay. Look, the other day I was playing against some friends, and one of them was I am traumatized. One of them was on fire slimes. Um and I saw and felt I don't play a lot of Grand Archive. Like I usually just play casual games. But I got abused by a girl murdering her own slimes. So look, honestly, I think it's fine because baby silver slime is also kind of crazy.
It is
So
good. And Norm got
no.
access to a crazy card out of the Merlin recollection deck. Being to have undeniable truth is another way just to sacrifice slimes and just send slimes to the slime god, apparently. Or Lord and Savior Storm Slime. Yeah,
No.
it is crazy that this meta has shifted in a way that we're seeing decks come back that normally we would just count out of the meta. So at the beginning, did I expect slimes to come back? It's a fire slime deck that could just start taking down some of these level 3 lists? No. Am I happy it's back? Yeah. Did I expect Nico to get a Regalia to make it an actual terrifying mill deck? No, but
No,
hey, here we are.
it's good. I guess it's because it's not so terrifying that I would say that it's best deck in the format. It's just here. It's powerful. If someone knows how to wield Sablemere and Nico well, it's a really powerful deck. If you don't, it's still very strong, but it's not like, oh, I'm losing the game immediately kind of bad.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it does give us a. It's just very cool that this meta. If when we first started, people were very much of like, man, I'm sick of Siryu, I'm sick of this. But we have some lists coming out that are very well geared into that list, and they are very well geared into this very heavy level 3 meta. So it's very cool to kind of see how a lot of these players have adapted and started bringing in maybe we would call unorthodox strategies uh, to combat some of the what we are seeing with a lot of these decks.
Yeah, there's a lot of things coming back. There's a lot of things just happening, and honestly, there's a lot of things I want to do, but my brain is just cooked. I want to build like I saw some cards that I was like, man, I really want to make a deck. I feel bad because I see the art. I know it's a ranger card. I know it's an ally from PTM. It's a common wind ally. I opened a foil of it the other day, but I forgot the name of the card.
Oh
But
no.
I saw it and I immediately sent it to Tyler and was like, I want to build decks. And then he was like, why aren't you? And I'm like, I'm dumb. I'm not smart enough for that. So
Listen,
I
I
need someone to do that to build the Wind Allies deck, Ranger style, with that one girl in it, please. Thank
oh,
you.
is it the new distant ranger where you pay 3, I think, to bring her back to your hand and everything else gains distant? I think
I wasn't like amazed because it's such a good ally. I was amazed because she's very cute. So it's hard.
let me check. I think that might be because
I'm
it's out of the new set, right?
yeah,
Or the
it's a PTM
alter.
card.
Oh, it's PTM.
Uh, it's PTM, yeah. It's like well, yeah, they're not the new set because we got alters since. Let me. Uh, I'm looking. I'm looking.
I just see it in the
Mistral
chat. Oh,
Ranger.
it's the hot
It's
girl from
Mistral
PTM.
Ranger. It's thick thighs. Yeah, yeah. It's a hot girl from 3PD. Tyler
That
got
is
in.
Ranger.
It's a hot
That's
girl
it.
from PTM. It is Mistral Ranger. Thanks, Laz.
Oh my gosh. Let me look at this Mr. Ranger. Yeah,
It's
okay, I see it. I
a
see it.
3-cost 2/3. She's hot. She's surrounded by mushrooms, which makes me happy. I'm a mushroom gamer, and she can be a 2-cost 2/3 with range 2. Yeah, there's something there. If I can
mean,
put a pile of cards together that allow her there to be something there.
I mean, fair, I get it. I get it. I mean, I was kind of in the same boat, not because of this Ranger, but because in the new set we had the brand new Ranger came out that I think everybody just called Ranger Sadie. That I was really excited to try to build something for. And to the point I got really hyped up for this, that I was like, this is gonna be awesome. Then I realized having to pay 3 versus 2 to return a Ranger back to your hand and have to be level 1. Turns out it's a lot harder than I realized.
True, true. But hear me out. Wind Wake Up. It's the idea is the same. You rush to 1, you get Mad Hatter out, Boots, you get her out, distant. You keep Boots out for a bit, even if you don't have Mad Hatter, but you have her on the field. No, she's gonna be there for a while. It works. Look, there's something there. There's something there. I just want more allies on my board that are not slimes, that are not anything fancy. I don't need chessmen. I don't need suited. I just want allies. Humans that go pew pew or humans that hit you with big sword.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the only thing we're really missing, and this I think comes back to Win Wake Up as well, being the deck it is right now that you don't go to
It
level
is
1.
for those in chat. It is Huanglong.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is I know Ranger players either gonna agree with me or be real mad. I
Uh oh.
don't think we have
Uh
a
oh.
yeah, they're hopefully. I don't think we have a good level 1 Ranger. Now let me finish before everybody jumps in. Level 1 Diana. I don't think
Ooh,
we have a
fighting words. Fighting words.
hold on. I don't think we have a good level 1 Ranger that supports an ally game plan. Like we definitely have a level 1 Ranger that supports an Aether Wing aggro game plan, but I don't think we have a Ranger that at level 1 lets us do anything that supports an ally board state. And I think that's like the biggest thing is you either go level 1 for the Aether Wing aggro route, or if you go into the gun Diana, you unfortunately have to kind of go to level 2 to make any of that text turn on. And I think that if we get, and this could be for RDO, just saying, RDO or the next set, give us a Ranger that just does something dumb for allies. That's all I ask. If we can do that, I'm
Honestly,
on board.
even if it's Pantheon exclusive, I'll be happy because I don't think Ranger Alliance is ever gonna be competitive with how much effort you have to put into it. So even if it's a Pantheon only level 1 Ranger, please. Look, it's not a lot to ask for. Pantheon is supposed to be the fun format, and I want to have fun with allies, being ranged, being distant, and shooting for a lot, you know? And Huanglong is very fun.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah. I will say I think it's really cool. And I know we have an ally out of which I think it was it out of Alter? Now I'm gonna have to look up the name of this one. I know we have the Imbue Ranger as well. For the Imbue, was it 4 for Imbue? But you get to look at the top 6 and put a Ranger into play with Distant. What was the name of this Ranger? I'm gonna have to look it up.
I'm
Somebody in the chat. Yeah, it is Captain Archer from HVN. Uh yeah, so it's a class bonus on enter if you imbue 4, where you get a look at the top 6 cards of your deck, and then you may put a wind element ally with a reserve cost 3 or less from among them on the field with distant. So first thing I saw whenever I saw this card was let's go to level 1, let's play Captain Archer, let's grab Huang and put her into play, get distant, bounce her back for 1 to get distant on the Archer as well if we need to, and then just go ham for damage. That was like my play, and then I realized, man, I don't like any of the level 1 Rangers. I'm putting this back up.
That's crazy. You just want to play different. You just don't want to play Diana.
No, that's
Really.
the problem. I need, and I saw the comment on Polhawk in the chat. I saw that. Now I think the thing with Polhawk is I think you have to be level 1. You have to be fire to get any benefit off of that one as well. I believe, if I remember right, for level 1 Polhawk.
Yeah.
Could be wrong though.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah.
hard. It's so hard. It's so hard to want to be a fun and non-meta player because then you have to think so much and my brain is too small. I'm not a smart deck builder. And Pantheon is going to be my format. Pantheon is really going to be the format of people like us that want to brew and have fun, but the meta is not allowing us to brew and have fun.
Oh, very much so. It's actually going to be a 4-player free for all. You know, people are going to have some wacky builds on the table.
Oh, for sure.
And,
For sure. Like, Brightwing was mentioning a couple of them, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That sounds fun.
And we'll respect every player at the table, except for Alice players. Alice players, though, however, you're going to be the problem.
You're them's fighting words, but I agree with them fighting words. Hard to disagree with someone spitting facts.
How'd the Pantheon game go? Man, we all decked out. The Alice player just would not die.
Yes. Oh my god. We also will need a Pantheon card that says shuffle your graveyard back into your library once, just once. I'm not asking for a lot, but look, your your deck, your main deck, shuffle your graveyard back into your main deck. It's not library.
I didn't
It's
hear
not
the word library.
library.
You mean you mean shuffle Library Witch back in the deck? That's what you're saying. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
If you have an
That's
ally
right.
called Library Witch, shuffle her back.
Shuffle her back into your deck, which you now get to name your library.
True, because she's the witch.
Saved it.
Thank you.
Big brain save right here. That's what we do.
Genius. Your
No,
genius frightens me, NEETfull.
I will say I am also very excited for Pantheon, just because I know it's going to be, there are even some of the big players, even some of the bigger name players, they have these wacky, crazy ideas for decks. And I think it is going to be, as you said, it's going to be the ground where we've had these weird ideas for things that we could do, and we never really got to do them because we would probably die before we ever got to that point. But I think Pantheon
Yeah.
is going to be the format where we can be like, you know what? I think I can play the Exia Slime. I'm going to do it.
No, what now?
Trust me, when it gets 30 buff counters on it and it has Covenant of Thorns, so you can't kill me, like, who's gonna be laughing now? Who's gonna be laughing? How many
You
Dream
should
Fairies? You
just-
got one in the deck. Yeah. What now, bud?
Just please and suppress your baby green slime a million times and use Exia Slime's effect. Oh, it's cooking. Oh, baby.
We're out here cooking. You ain't ready for this Slime Pantheon list. We're about to be going nuts.
But I do have to say, you're kind of diabolical for that. You're always slimes on your mind and nothing else. Just gotta cook slimes.
Listen, I got real sad when they were making the announcement for Pantheon. I'm like, it was bad in the chat. We had a message in the Sylvie Discord channel that was, hey, do we have enough slimes at the moment to play a Slime Pantheon deck? And in the chat, I instantly typed out, no, we only have, I think it was like, we did the math, it was like 29 slimes that we could, slime cards that we could play. Goes, no, we only have 29. That's maybe not be enough. And then Solar goes, there'll be enough slimes in RDO to build a Pantheon. And we're like, nope, we're back, boys. We're back. We're brewing. We're back in it.
You're cooking. You're kind of overcooking, but yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of fun to be had with Pantheon. Not a lot of fun to be had with slimes, unfortunately, but Pantheon overall is. Yeah. Okay. I started that Sylvie chat like 3 years ago. Well, coming up 3 years ago, very soon. But I did not expect the monstrosity it would become and what it would brew. So I kind of am having like regrets, like you have your child and you nurture them and they grow up. And the thing is, I was talking to friends about the idea of a multi-element slime deck, like around the OA Alter release, because I was like, Fracture Crown release, because I was like, oh my god, this is so fun. And then it happened, and now I want to take it back. I didn't have that. Please, it's just so much. It's not as bad as it was, but I'm scared that maybe, depending on what the Sylvie Ultimate is, we might be in trouble for slimes again. It's gonna be slime time. It's gonna be like we're on Nickelodeon and everyone's gonna be covered in slimes.
Yeah, I don't even know, because like we finally got to see the first ultimate. We got to see the first 15 cost ultimate. So we have a basic idea of kind of what these ultimates are geared to.
It's a second ultimate, actually.
What was the first one that got showed?
The Awachan's ultimate. I also forgot. I don't blame you.
Oh.
I completely forgot. But it is the second ultimate. But yeah, we have an idea of what they're gonna be. Alice just says win the game because apparently she cannot without a card that says you win the game.
Fair. Well, hey, it looks like overtime was just called over. So as much as I do want to keep talking about these ultimates, unfortunately, I will have to trade it over to a co-caster for this round. So we will go ahead and step away real quick. But do not worry, we will be back here in just a few moments. going into round 3. I will see you all here very short. Well, I won't, but Clem and PerfectKalcium will here see you guys in
We'll
just a few
see.
minutes. All right, see you guys in a few.
everybody, and welcome back to round 3 of the TCG NA Online League. My name is Clem, and I'm back with PerfectKalcium. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you, Clem?
I'm doing awesome, especially not having to have casted that Alice game. You know, the
That
second round compared was a lot nicer.
I'm just gonna apologize to people on the stream. That was actually me asking. I said, hey, if we see an Alice, let's put it on there. And then we saw Alice, and I was like, oh no, what a problem.
The odds, though, what are the odds
Oh,
that you ask for an Alice and they match into another Alice? It's not like there's a lot of Alice today. It's not like there's a lot of Alice.
no,
Oh, crazy.
no, not at all. Yeah, definitely something pretty rare. We haven't really seen any, big Alice tops or unfortunately even kind of come close. So I am an Alice fan. I know NEETfull is going to talk to me about that as a personal thing, but but I do hope RDO, brings us not just Chessman, but also for Phantom Alice. I think the sort of playstyle is actually pretty neat. The issue is you can't necessarily win. You can just make your opponent quit.
Yeah. Yeah. Your main win con is Spirel forever. And that's
Yeah.
not fun. That's 2 damage a turn.
For people who didn't see, the very first game, I am attempting to come for 2 of Clem's crowns. 1, long games, and 2, smallest brain deck builder. Those are the 2 things I'm going to claim from
I can't
from Clem
believe
here.
you take everything from me, okay?
I wouldn't
have
take
2
everything.
things
I
in
wouldn't
this
take
world. 60 at least, look. Everyone else
Here-
would. So it's like
I'll give you something based on the previous round chat. I can give you my board that I had to reset. It says 0 days since NEETfull said the words baby gray slime.
true.
So
Honestly,
you can have
it's
that
like
one.
it's like accident, but it's traumatizing. Look, respectfully, no. Don't bring it back. Please.
Yeah, it's oh man. I think it would be interesting to see what kind of hoops Weebs would have slime players jump through for a single baby gray.
Baby gray.
Yeah,
Adding
considering, I mean,
it's not that hard. Just add class bonus and then it's solved basically. But at the same time, slimes is the problem. It's like if you give that back to them, it's cooked.
You heard it here, folks. Slimes is the problem in Grand Archive.
Always has been. Always will be.
It's true. It's true. Let's see. We're still looking at some pairings here.
What would you like to see? Wait. I was gonna ask what you would like to see, but that's gonna be
I already got my curse wish. Yeah. What do you want to see, Clem?
I want to see. I don't know what that's a problem. I don't know what I want to see. I would love to see a fun game of Grand Archive. I would love to see a friend of mine play on stream. I would love something that's like a healthy, that's like a 40 to 55 minute round. And I would love to just have that, please. Fair and balanced game of Grand Archive.
See, we might get it. We just got our pairings here. Looks like it's going to be Fire Spirit Ruler, including Dispersion, versus a Wind Tristan.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm not sure if he's been on stream since, but Arcalo is the one on Fire Lorraine, and he's a Dreamweave math hater because in the scrubbed out event at Niagara Falls, his local ascent, he was playing, and Mr. Solidar came up to him being like, look how cool Dreamweave playmats are. As he was like sideboarding, and he put the playmat down on top of one of his cards, And
Ooh.
that card stayed there until Silidar came back to take this playmat away. So after that, when we asked him, hey, so what do you think about the playmat? He's like, I hate them. I hate them. And honestly, I think he's like one of the few people that I would accept that no questions asked. It's understandable why
Oh
he
yeah,
has opinions.
absolutely. Very fair. I think I'd probably hold the same grudge, right? I think anyone would really.
Yeah, it's
Taking a look.
awful.
See.
All right, so deck lists with
Mhm.
Tristan. I feel like it's pretty boring. We've seen it a lot this season. Let's talk about Arcalo's Fire Spirit Ruler deck, please.
Sure. I think the one big thing is, or well, two cards. We're seeing Spirit Blade Dispersion. That's a card that we've seen here and there every once in a while, especially in the Asia region. But for this Lorraine specifically, we're looking to sort of use our Spirit Roller to bring things back so that we have more durability tokens, so we can go ahead and use Spirit Blade Dispersion for a higher effect, or we can also use it as a fast speed fast speed cast to do things like break bubbles. We're gonna use
True.
up one of our swords that we don't need at all. The other big thing here is we see Spirit's Blessing. This is a card that I'd say very in and out of certain decks, but not really a how do I say this? It's not really been super steady. But in this deck specifically, we do find a huge use, and that is because we are running Sword Saint's Vow. So we're able to hit for quite a lot if we bring Sword Saint's Vow back with the Spirit Ruler, and with Spirit's Blessing, we're able to return another sword, or of course our Looking Glass, right? This our new sort of just auto, or rather that we always have a Regalia out, and we're able to wake up and then hit again. Not only that, it
Yep.
replaces itself. We get to draw a card.
It's really good. It's like if Pendragon was balanced, you know?
Well, don't worry about that. We're still, of course, running for Ghost of Pendragon. So we're
Ah.
able to do the best. You're able to see people who are really, really great at Grand Archive, where they play one Ghost of Pendragon, they'll draw into another one. A classic play.
It's
that
just
marks
it's
you as really good.
pure skill. You just have to be better, and you will always see the Pendragon. And as I feel like we've always seen it happen on stream, they just always have it. If there's a Crux player here, there is going to be a Pendragon here as well. So we're definitely gonna be seeing that shenanigans coming up here very shortly. I want to call out one sideboard card, but there's two copies of it, of Varuk, Smoldering Spire. Personally, I love that card, and I feel like it's better than just Volda. But I know it's a very controversial opinion, because the upkeep cost of it is so much, but Varuk is so much harder to deal with than Volda. So I'm curious to see how that goes. And look at that, Arcalo already having the Lunar New Year playmat. Luckily for him, he didn't get the Dreamweave one.
Man, I was unfortunately unable to receive one, but it looks great.
I'm a loyal. Well, I like my boys and I support them, so I got her eye. It came in, so I'm excited to open it and see what I get, and just honestly to have my promos, just like my Pantheon playset of one.
That's very fair. I mean, I respect Rye, but I was really trying for Lorraine. She is my girl, and I'm glad to see you, Lorraine, here on stream, of course.
Yeah, Lorraine is awesome. Whoa. Yeah, but careful, coming out with the Sadie just flinging it on the board. Perfect start for Tristan here. He can get it immediately back after that level up in his recollection. And I believe that's a classic Tristan Sadie pass. Fire has Creative Shock. Water has 3 trillion different things they can do. But Tristan has Sadie pass. Always the good old reliable.
Yeah. One thing here for the Lorraine deck. Oh, okay.
Ooh, Thurble immediately.
Terrible.
So Arcalo didn't even do anything. He just said, I'm fire. I'll just pass. And then Camo was like immediately kind of clocked it that this is gonna be a fire graveyard deck, not a fire aggro deck, because it has Looking Glass and it's taken a bit. So it could be a Merlin or some Lorraine shenanigans, and we'll see if that when that Thurbol's gonna be popped, rather, to take that graveyard down. Probably more offensively than defensively. What do you feel? Do you feel like Niamke was gonna go for a defensive Thurbol or do it stop the bleeding? But never
Oh,
mind.
no, yeah. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to matter. I think if we had not seen that reduced dash, probably would have seen it as probably an offensive Thurible, right? Taking Thurible out on your first materialization there, basically saying, hey, you just passed the turn. I know as fire, you're going to creative, or you're going to play something like a Star Shieldmate or a Library Witch, and they're going to cremate it. I don't care what advantage you're going to get. I'm going to go ahead and take that away. And unfortunately, they're that reduced to Ash, forcing the Thurible and making Yamcamo unable to use it offensively. So the graveyard is once again safe, at least for another turn. Is that? Oh, an Academy Guide.
Oh. You losing the Academy Guide is like... Oh, wait, no, it's coming out. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I got very confused for a second. That is awesome. That is, I feel like if you cannot get that Thurible to stick around and you don't have any float, this is what you want to see. That's a very recent, like, addition to this Tristan deck, I feel like, but it's really good.
Yeah, we're seeing Creative Shock into another Creative Shock, so that is 3 fire in the grave, which unfortunately, of course, with that Thurible, unable to clear. The Academy Guide will let us get to Tristan 1 for free, so, just stacking even more of that wind. Oh, that wind
They
card
had
advantage.
it. Not anymore. Goodbye, Pendragon. Arcade played the odds, put as many cards down as he could to have as low of a chance as he can to lose that Pendragon, but it is gone. That's gone forever. Chamo, happy as probably as happy as he can be in this matchup.
Well, what if it's really sinister? And that just means they have a whole bunch of Pendragons still.
That would be terrifying. Wait, don't say that. It's a Lorraine player. It's a Crux player, so not impossible. Look how dedicated they are to Lorraine. They have both Kickstarter era Lorraine sleeves. They are like playing their cards around Lorraine. The only character you can see there is just Lorraine now. Whew. Okay, this is spooky. And they're playing Lorraine, not Merlin, so clearly they're loyal.
Well, sometimes loyalty pays, and definitely in learning the lines for any given deck. Unfortunately, though, we did not have enough to pay for the Inert Sword, so this Cheshire Cat only coming for 2. And Yamcamo with more than enough to pay for Sadie. I wonder if we try to force it, though? No, we're going to clear the Academy Guide. Makes a lot of sense. Try to force them to pay something to level up to Tristan.
Yeah. Oh, not leveling up to Tristan. Or like, I find the influence apparently is more important. Honestly, it definitely is. And I understand where Cham was coming from, of that both of these decks are going to level 3, so you have plenty of time, but Arcalo could very well be a Crux turn, and Crux is a scary element. Oh, Windmill Engineer is also pretty basic, pretty solid play.
Yeah, putting out another... So, just go ahead and stacking the damage there for an Asen over. So, a classic win play. Getting that Asen... Oh, pushing for damage, in fact. Leaving only 1 card in hand, though, I do wonder, so that leaves Sadie vulnerable. If there is a level up into a Flame Sweep, both Sadie as well as the Asen would not only go to grave, but that would allow Lorraine to draw 2.
Yeah, that is a terrifying prospect. Okay.
I think we're going to see it.
Do you think we're in an era of Grand Archive where people might have forgotten the power of luring to Flame Sweep? And Yam was like, it's fine. And then
I will
we might
say, I
see it.
don't think people forgot. I think they sometimes they just take a big risk that
Could
Lorraine
be
doesn't
that they
have.
never experienced the pain of it,
It's possible.
too. Oh, Rending Flames.
Running.
So pretty good, but unfortunately not a Flame Sweep here. Whoa. That's game. Yeah, that's
Leaf. Oh,
lethal.
because they did not level up last turn.
That's so fast. Arcala
Yeah.
was on 9 damage counters, and suddenly Yamchama was dead because they never leveled up. Wow. Tough game. We have 52 minutes left, but so I think, and I hope that the next games will go longer. Now that Yamchama saw that, oh wait, one Rending Flames, and I'm dead. So what do you think the sideboards are gonna look like? Wait, have you looked at Yamchamel's sideboard?
No, I just did. Okay.
Not much of a sideboarding from him, huh?
Not much. Yeah, so for, of course, people who are not casters, you can't see these sideboards, but Yam Camos is exactly 3 regalia. So we have the Sensor Vessel Piece, the Safeguard Amulet, and the Viridian Protective Trinket. So in this case, I think it's possible that we see Sensor Vessel Piece. We've seen Tristan's in the past play that. That being said, Yam Camo is running the Tristan deck where you run both Shadow Dancer and Shadow Reaver. So I'm not 100% sure what you take out. Possibly the Emergent Dagger. That one's sort of an interesting choice. I do see, now the more that I look at Yamchamo's list, there's no Assassin's Ripper or anything for that. Because there are there's Slice and
nothing.
Dice, but there's no Assassin's Ripper.
This is a very all-in deck. It's either I win or you kill me fast enough that I don't. And wow, that's what we saw game 1. But it's very scary not having a lot of protections up, especially against a Lorraine deck. Like Sensor, not gonna do anything here. Sure, it'll take away floating, and then that's really its safeguard. It's all in combat, baby. Viridian, not a water deck, so that's not gonna be a lot. But for Arcalo though, his deck's only gonna become a lot better into this matchup.
Oh, definitely. So we can see perhaps a Heavenly Guide come in, the Peer Beyond, to make sure things like Innervate, Agility don't mess with us. Potentially another Flame Sweep. We can also see those Varooks that you mentioned come in. That gets us around Veiling Breeze, gets us around Calming Breeze.
Yeah.
And if we time it correctly, essentially allows us to do what we did, just now, right? We're gonna play Varookt, and then we're gonna go in with something big like Rending Flames, and they can't use any of their defensive tools.
Yeah, and especially for, like you said, it's especially for Rending Flames, a Calling Breeze is incredibly painful because you're dealing, instead of doubling 5 damage, you're doubling 2 at best, maybe 3 with a sword, so you're back to just 6. Instead of dealing 12 damage, you deal 6, which is a crazy difference for the amount of investment you put into it. So that Varook is going to be a lifesaver here, I think.
Yeah, a key thing definitely was that Thurible being taken out so early, where it could have been used defensively, right? We could have taken out those 3, especially seeing your opponent go Creative Shock into ditching a Creative Shock. Almost certainly just trying to make sure that they're guaranteeing those 3 fire in the graveyard.
Yeah, it's it was a genius play from Arcalo doing it as quickly as he did, and ensuring that Yamchamo cannot do anything.
Yeah,
So,
taking a look. So we have Academy guides, we got dungeon guides. In cap. Yeah, I think it's just a lesson there where unfortunately Free Fire Engrave against a Lorraine is always something you have to watch out for.
Yeah. So do you think that the Cham was gonna be playing a lot more aggressively and like focusing on leveling up this game compared to last game?
I think so. I think so, and mostly because if you're Yamchamo, you saw almost nothing, right? You saw the sword, the cat, and Creative Shock, and the single,
You saw a
that one
Pendragon.
reduce sash.
You saw a
You did
Pendragon
see a
banner.
Pendragon. That is true. But the other big thing though is you saw Lorraine too. So you know it's not a Merlin. But it also means
True.
you've got to make sure that you're out of range for things like Lorraine 2 shenanigans.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like you have to be as safe as you possibly can be. And it's gonna be very interesting to see how differently the experience makes people play, because I think that's always the coolest thing to see. If like there's a broke deck or there's a deck that we haven't seen in a long time coming back, the first time people go up against it, they like assume that, oh, it's a Merlin, I have some time, or oh, it's a very aggressive deck, or and I have some time, but I have to rush and use all my resources to level up and then get punished. And then the next game after sideboarding, they play so differently, knowing how the deck is. It's really cool to see people adapt live,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if they could go back in time, I'm sure they would have left that Ace and up.
Yeah.
That big strong push, and I get it though. Pushing the Lorraine as quickly as possible, especially if you think they're Merlin, just making sure you get in that damage. Sure, they banished a Ghost of Pendragon, but of course, if they're Merlin, not a huge deal, right? They're just gonna keep getting cards, and then eventually the real problem is gonna be Incarnate Majesty coming out. But
Yeah.
now we're seeing something slightly different. Windblast Lookout. We're gonna get our prep counters. We're gonna go ahead and level up and try to stay out of big bonk range.
Yeah, but the thing is, that big bonk would have been massive either way. So it's not like it's easy to get away from it, especially with Arcalo just consistently pushing damage through every single turn. Library Witch, an iconic card. Also, Yamchamo didn't go for the level up here yet, and it went for the backup charger. Wanted to get the influence up as much as he can.
Yeah, that is. I mean, of course, we're not in control of people on stream. They're gonna buck our predictions sometimes. So that's interesting. Just making sure that they have a high influence
Oh
stream.
wait,
Oh,
that's I don't think I've ever seen it or would have expected it, but that might be just actually genius. Denying the card draw and the intercept for Arcalo is really tasty here, because if next turn he were to Cremation Ritual, that would have been 3 extra cards and some damage prevented. Possibly. Or, it's either damage prevented now or 3 cards next turn. And either way, it's not something you want to see. But now that gives Arcalo a free card to just throw away whenever he wants.
yeah, that's definitely, I think, a pretty heads up play from Tristan. Just making sure that your opponent has to basically hold on to that Library Witch. They're not running Undeniable Truth or any sort of fast sacrifice, so that Library Witch is sort of stuck. And now I can see Lorraine sort of thinking, I'd prefer to banish this, for my level 1 3 of Hearts.
Yeah. All right, three of Hearts is but it's Creative Shock on legs. Well,
yeah, no, it is.
It's a very painful Creative Shock on legs, because it's not class bonus, so you just deal the 2 damage no matter what.
If you're oh, okay, hold on real quick. I do want to point out, and we apologize just for the font. I'm seeing here it's Yamcham 0, so instead of the O at the end there, it is a full number. I'm wondering if they had wanted to save, or if they would have preferred to save their Dream Fairy for this 3 of Hearts there. Although that That wouldn't have stopped the cardistry, so that little guy was always going in.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of ideal for a Kalo here. Oh, wait. Wait, wait,
Sword
wait,
Saint's
wait, wait,
Vow.
wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. Is that sword?
Yes, yes. Sword Saint's Vow.
The sword is not being managed for Fluffy? So he doesn't have a lot of those honed by fire, tempered steels, and other tasty durability counter cards in his deck, and a Clarent? Is that a
The Clarion. Yeah, okay.
Clarent Sword Saint's Vow banishment for a Fluffy?
Yeah.
I
So the big thing there, of course, the Spirit Ruler is able to bring back that Sword Saint's Vow. And I think,
yeah.
when we're seeing this, so one thing is we didn't necessarily see a Tristan 1, but we did see a Sadie. And of course, Sadie is played in a variety of decks, but when, you have Wind, Sadie, usually it's not a huge leap to imagine that your opponent's Tristan. So your Clarent isn't as useful. A lot of times, I guess, something like Tempest Downfall, if they have that. But otherwise, you're not too afraid. So you're able to sacrifice the Clarent because you feel you don't really need it. And then you're
Yeah.
able to use Swordsman's Vow because on Spirit Ruler, you want to bring it back for even more durability counters.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just Sword Saint's Vow makes sense. The Clarent there is, I feel like it's a very brave play, but I also like when thinking about it a bit more. There isn't a lot of spell damage or non-combat damage that Tristan's gonna be dealing, so it's not too horrible. But I, yeah, no, it makes sense. It's fair. It's like what everything else is better to have ready and available to materialize than those two.
Mm-hmm. Well, and taking a look, of course, you don't know for sure, but Tristan does not have any non-combat damage that I can see real quick looking through the deck. So it once again probably a pretty heads up play there by our Lorraine, who
Nice.
no, now that I look, neither player has leveled up, so we're still Spirit v Spirit. In fact,
Well, yeah, there's no Lorraine here. There's no Tristan. It's just spirits. It's just fancy, colorful rocks floating in the abyss. The deck, the matchup, the dream.
do you?
That's that's two dream fairies putting back the Three of Hearts.
Yep.
Very
So
crunchy.
that's probably a pretty good move there, especially if we have nothing to take out the Three of Hearts. Just stopping that pressure of 2 damage. That being said, if the Three of Hearts just come back out, it's a new.
That's a +1.
Yeah, it's a new object. So, okay, well,
Just be better. Just banish.
yeah,
Just manifest the banishment of the card you put back, and everything's gonna be fine.
when you're the Dream Fairy player, and that happens, it's one of those moments for Grand Archive. You go every time. It's gonna happen every time.
But this is a very rare occurrence where there is an ally with stealth on the board and Sword of Shadows is out. So that means Sword of Shadows is attacking for 1 right now, which is also a rare occurrence to see a Sword of Shadows in a warrior deck. So technically, it's just we're at status quo, There's my +1 -1 is normal 1 damage. But if Lorraine was not a warrior, that Sword of Shadows would be useless. And right now it's not living up to its maximum potential because that Dream Fury is very stealthy and it's around and it's kind of hurting the Sword of Shadows.
Yeah, it's something kind of unfortunate when you are running Sword of Shadows. The good thing is, a lot of people sometimes they'll sort of do the and there's one of our Tempered Steel that you mentioned.
Yeah.
A lot of people, they will sort of forget that for allies such as the Cheshire Cat, they'll try to count the +1 for it, but it is simply, in addition, adding to the base. So sometimes people will mark an extra damage against themselves for Cheshire Cat by mistake. But here, in fact, we're going up 1 and then down 1 because
Yeah.
of our Dream Fairies here. So we are going to stay at 1, but we're going to get an extra durability counter on it.
Yeah. I mean,
getting a
it's a floating memory that's gonna be really sweet here. Gonna be some tasty float for Lorraine level 2 to eat up and convert into cards, potentially. Or just raw damage that wins the game because Yamcham just leveled up to level 1. Sure, only 1 damage on him, but Arcalo can deal 12 plus damage easily in a turn with a Home by Fire. It can be up to 16 with Rending Flames, Home by Fire, Lorraine bonus, Sword of Shadows. So it's a lot of damage.
Not only that, those 2 Dream Fairies, unless you reclaim them or something, that could still be just 2 cards. It's not a huge deal for Lorraine to level up and then just flame sweep. Not only clearing out that stealth, so the Sword of Shadows lives up to its full potential, as you said, but also just stacking damage and pulling 2 more cards.
Yeah. That's it's gonna
So
be fun if it happens. It's gonna be fun for Yam Camel, but that is 2 damage on the Fluffy. So we're gonna be seeing a 3rd ally come out and wonder what it's gonna be. 3? Sadie? Mystery.
Could be Sadie.
It looks like an academy guide. It looks like
Oh, it does,
more
yes,
like an
yes.
academy guide than a Sadie. So
That
this is where your skills really have to come out of recognizing card arts when it's a blur and shiny, and you just have to know.
There it is, Lorraine 2. That flame sweep might be a problem here. So if that was a Sadie, we'd be that much safer because we'd be able to return Sadie. But the Academy Guide has no particular safety other than something
1,
like a
2,
reclaim.
3.
1, 2, 4.
Wait,
Let's see a 4.
4. 4. We're
4.
seeing it's coming through. Yes. Yes. Oh, there's not much he can do. The MC coming out that's attacking for 2, 4, 5 right now. 5 to face, everything on board's gone. Arcalo's drawing 3 cards off of that.
3 cards.
Oh, that is so tasty. Oh my god. The joy. It's back. I used to hate it, but seeing it happen is always beautiful. Like if it happens to you, it's really painful, but seeing someone draw cards and remove your board and deal damage to face. Oof. It's just like you're playing Crux on level 2, Lorraine.
Oh, absolutely. Drawing 3 is such a huge swing in this. And not only that, Tristan's lost 3 allies, able to clear things like Fluffy Shopkeep. So even something as simple as that Library Witch coming back out offers so much more protection. The second you have, no other assistance, basically. Going to 2 here, we would draw back the 2 cards. Let's see, 7 influence for Tristan. We could still see a dungeon guy. This is not, unsalvageable, but it is a huge swing in Lorraine's favor.
It's not unsalvageable, but then when you look to the other side of the board, and you're the one that's supposed to have all the influence, and your opponent has all the influence, it's really painful. All that, I think they forgot. Sword of Shadows gets -1 if there are stealthy allies on the field, which honestly, very fair mistake. Somehow it happens so rarely, even with Dream Fairies being abundant, and Dream Fairies and Cheshire Cats.
Yeah, as a long-time Lorraine player, a lot of times I'll have to be the one to actually remember that. Keeping things fair, of course, as we all should. Dungeon Guide. So there we go. Coming up to 3.
Yeah. So this level 2 turn for Arcalo was like 100% more influence than Yamcham could have. Could draw. Like Yamcham's gonna draw 2 here, but Arcalo drew 3 and dealt 5 damage. So like, fine, he's chilling.
Yeah. Not only that, Flame Sweep for 4 does have us put 3 down. So if we have nothing else, we could, of course, go to 3, especially if in our hand there, I'm just saying, drawing more Pendragons. Let's
Okay,
go.
but imagine if he has 4 Dungeon Guides in his hand, then he can very easily just put 3 down, play a Dungeon Guide, and materialize something else. You know, it's a great value. Yamchams also has a Dungeon Guide though, so he is now level 3. I believe those are some shadows, so we're gonna be seeing Shadow Dancer.
Yeah, with Dungeon Guide for Arcello, I'd be very interested if he materialized the Inert Sword next. If Lorin materializes the
Ooh.
Inert Sword and then Dungeon Guides, you have that extra sword, you get back the Sword Sands Vow, and your Sword of Shadows is there at 1 durability, just in case, you know, you have that dispersion. They try to do anything funny with a bubble, you go ahead and dispersion them, game over.
Yeah, just deal 1 damage at fast speed, or
Yeah.
oh, I was gonna say Blazing Throw, but they don't play Blazing Throw. They want to use all of them swords for dispersion. Or Spirit's Blessing. Arguably, you could go for a Sword Saint's Vow, Spirit's Blessing, and some other shenanigans like that, which would be pretty painful.
Yeah.
So, swinging with everything. Arcalo's at 10 damage because the Shadow's Claw came out.
Yeah. Yamcam Zero's sort of, you know, coming to 3. Once again, this is the moment they can turn the game around here.
You're right.
Okay, there's the Inert
You're
Sword.
so right. The Inner Source comes out. So we're going to be seeing a Dungeon Guide to level 3 most likely because...
Oh, this could be a creative shock here too, in recollection. Or no,
Oh,
okay,
yeah, you're...
okay.
It could... Look,
It can still be.
it
Okay, it's
very
fine.
well could have been because Arcalo still had 4 cards in hand. His influence is absolutely massive. So
Especially
exciting to
in-
see. Oh,
Yeah.
Yamcham is adjusting
just in the camera there.
camera. Honestly, understandable. It could very well be a cable issue. Like I have that all the time. I move my keyboard and I just hear boom, and I'm like, oh, unplug, replug, figure it out. Oh, there's a stifling trap on
Okay.
the dungeon guide. So this is the one thing we didn't talk about yet, is that a stifling trap will really stifle Arcalo's plans, but it's not really all lost because, you know, you just level up naturally next turn in that case. If you put down all 3 dungeon guides you have in your hand, you just do that. I believe that's a blinding orb coming out for Yamcham. So it's going to force Arcalo to put 2 cards down, but look, it's not going to matter that much.
Well, it depends. So, looking here, right, we're in that zone where Tristan is we've got the shadows, we've got the shadows claw,
Yep.
5 prep on us. We just need to deal 14. And hopefully your opponent has no particular interaction.
Well, we need 14
that's
and
a big
take
hope.
care of those shadows. You know, that's the real problem here. Varuk does counter the shadows as well. So it's,
Yes.
you know, if he has the Varuk, levels up to 3, materializes the last thing he wants, he can easily take care of those shadows. It's not that hard. He just needs a Varuk, because then the damage prevention is whatever, as long as he has a fire ally and Lorraine to take care of them.
And this turn with the Windmill Engineer, looks like we're probably not gonna see something big. Let's see, Shadow Strike right now would be 9 plus 11, 12. Well, 13 plus the 1 from Windmill, perhaps? Oh, okay. No Shadow Strike this turn. Reduce to Ash.
Yeah.
See that. Are there any Zephyr? No.
Oh.
There's to save anything.
Oh, that's so beautiful. That is massive for Arcalo.
That is huge.
Oh, it's incredibly painful for Yamcham. That's -3 damage every single turn for him. But it's not like Arcalo had a lot of things that he could do. Like, he needed to get rid of that because he didn't get to level up last turn. There's 5 preparation counters and 2 shadows still on the board, so he needs it. And he's gonna lose 3 cards here to level up. 3 of Hearts, the Creative Shock, and a Liminal guy going to Banishment. So we're probably gonna be seeing the Vow come back here. You know, get all that extra durability, the extra 3, I believe.
Yes.
If
3.
I remember correctly. Awesome. Yeah, the extra 3 durability is gonna be 3 more damage. So what Sorcerer's Vow is now gonna be a 4/4 sword.
Yeah, the big thing here would be if we saw another Tempered Steel or a Home by Fire, because both of them are craft cards, craft
Yep.
action cards, which I believe is a very small subset of cards, but they do add extra durability. In fact, 2 extra durability, and every durability counter on Sword Saint's Vow is actually another power. So Sword Saint's Vow hits very hard for a single sword, and even now, even if nothing else happens, it is 4 power.
Yeah.
That being said, every hit does remove an extra durability counter from it, so it goes away pretty quick. But you know, with Spirit's Blessing as well as your craft cards, you can make a pretty huge turn.
Yeah, and we very well just might see it. Arcalo's influence is high enough
No,
there as
sorry.
Pendragon coming out,
Goes.
so
Cut
pretty
to
pretty good. Yeah,
cut to the
yeah.
crowd cheering raucously. Everyone's clapping. Everyone
Everyone,
loves Croc.
everybody clapped. Everyone saw it. Woo! Everybody clapped. That's attacking in, so it's gonna be quite a bit of damage that Yamchamp kind of has to let to go through, because if he uses his the Cremation Ritual and Dungeon Gun influence going insane for Arcalo. So if Yamchamp uses his prep counters to redirect this Pendragon attack, Arcalo can easily just swing in for a bajillion and hit him in the face, or force him to use more preparation counters, and then Yamchamp will not be able to get that Shadow Strike to redirect more attacks, and he will have to use his turn to build back at least 4 durability counters to survive 2 attacks from Arcalo again. So, really good play here.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, especially after losing Shadow's Claw. So you're out of your damage potential, and your biggest thing here is you're still looking for any sort of prep counter combo, right? Something like Mastermind Scheme, and then able to Shadow Strike. But if you start having to use those to survive, unfortunately, it's sort of a losing proposition, because either eventually you'll have no prep counters, meaning you can't actually close out the game, and you can't save yourself, or well, yeah, I mean, that's it really. It's a slow death, unfortunately, if you can't get a whole bunch of prep counters right here. So looking for like a Mastermind Scheme would definitely help bring up the 10.
But
but we need to find that Shadow Strike.
Oh, look, it seems that Yamchamp has some different ideas in mind. If he's gonna just raw ping and like deal chip damage to Arcalo, because that is, I believe, a poison dagger. That's like the only thing that comes in rested. So that's I feel like that's all I can really be. So that's gonna be painful. Say they finally coming out, but there's no way Yamchamp can save it anymore, right? Oh wait, no, there is. He has exactly 2 cards in hand, so that Sade is gonna be sticking around. And the Yamchamp's preparation counters are finally gonna start going up. It's gonna be moving. Finally, there will be things to use. Arcalo bringing out a Sword of Seeking. So now he has a million options. He can basically fight against anything that Yamchamp can throw at him, as long as he has the Varrook in hand, because he probably wants to get everything out here on the board so he can use a Varrook safely and still have things to put back with his Pendragons.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Home by Fire! Home by Fire! Oh my god, this is exciting. So that will be 6 that will be 7 durability counters. So that's 7 damage plus 2 from the home by fire. That's 9. So right now, Arcalo's
Yeah,
9,
the
and
flame
if he
sweep.
has the flame sweep, yeah. Wait, 3. Oh, wait, 4. Wait.
There
There
it is.
it is. That board is gone. Yamcham has no shadows left.
Yeah, unfortunately, something like Innervate isn't going to save you. Those, yeah, okay. We're going to go ahead and have those
Retaliating,
damage
good.
retaliate. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely not gonna save you here. Innervate is not helping if you as the player are being attacked. So painful. I think Arcalo is explaining how the damage is being dealt and what's happening here, and be like, yeah, so because damage is dealt before the durability counters are removed, I'm dealing 9 to you.
Looks like we did pick up and save that Sadie for
Wait, sorry,
the 6th perf counter.
11. I forgot because
Yeah, 11.
another 2 from Flame Sweep itself. I was excited. I mean, yeah, the Sadie pickup is what's kind of expected here to at least save one ally.
So,
But it's
13.
what can you do?
Yeah, 13 damage. 6 plus 4 from Shadow Strike is only 10. So we've got to find something kind of quick. We did see a Fairy Whispers. Unfortunately, unable to see what card was brought back to the front there. Oh, are we gonna materialize something?
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Oh, wait, what's wait? But the poison dagger is out. The poison dagger is on the board, so that's
Immersion
1.
Dagger. Immersion Dagger could be coming out.
True. So if there's a Shadow Strike in Yamcham's hand,
Because Immersion Dagger gives 3.
yeah, but
with the class bonus.
yeah, but and that poison dagger. Yeah, resolute stand.
Resolute
double
stand,
resolute
right?
stand for Barcalo. Yeah, there's
Okay.
nothing that he can do. So because do you know how the interaction with 2 resolute stands paid by its alternate cost works? PerfectKalcium. Do you?
If I remember correctly, and I could be entirely wrong, it only happens once. Is that correct?
No, it happens twice.
It's over 2 turns?
Because you already skip your next draw phase. So it basically ceases to exist. So the one after that is the one 2 turns from now is the next draw phase you have. And that's also gone. But it doesn't matter, because look at Arcalo's influence. It's still 7. He has a Pendragon on board. He has Lorraine with like 1 trillion swords. So as long as he survives this turn, he's very comfortable. Slice and dice, sure. That on hit will not come through because the poison dagger needs to be able to deal damage to deal the additional damage. So that is going to be 0 from the slice and dice. I think Yamcham forgot that you need to deal damage to be able to deal damage. Extra damage with the poison dagger. But that was like really, really smart, because he was like, all right, I can still deal 1 damage. Unfortunately, that's the tough part. That poison dagger is worded in a way where it's just you just can't.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to pull something different.
Yeah,
And,
I think Arcalo was like, you can. Yeah, I get it. It's a really tough. It's late in the day, and it's a silly wording that we all forget. So I respect that. I don't know what Yamcham can do here though. Like, that was a really smart play from him, and a really common mistake that I make a lot of times. Of like, oh wait, I can't. It doesn't deal the extra damage if I don't deal damage. Dang it.
Sometimes people forget the on hit actually does have to deal damage, even though I think, colloquially we see the word hit and we go, well, I hit you. It didn't do anything, but I hit you, right?
I tried my best.
Oh, this is a tough position. Especially with those resolutes. I agree. There's not very much that can occur here.
You had to double a resolute.
I mean,
is
what are the
actually
chances,
perfectly
right?
what Arcalo did. That is actually exactly perfect. But yeah, Yamcam was being like, yeah, I can't do anything really. So that's one resolute stand, draw step, skip down. What is?
Oh, what is?
I'm really trying to see that card.
I believe it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
no,
a Shadow Strike.
It is
Trying
Shadow
to
Strike.
do the math for it. I mean, like, okay, I remove 6 plus 4, 10 plus 3. Minus 6
Yep.
is not enough. It's still only 7. Yeah, Yamcham's being like, oh, what can I even do here? And Arcalo being like, eh. I think Arcalo might have forgotten the double resolute interaction, but I also don't think this game is going to go long enough.
It could end right here. There's
Where,
nothing else.
yeah, there is. You have to attack with the Pendragon here first in case they play something like Enervit. So that was also really, really smart of Arcalo to just be like, all right, I'll swing at you with the Pendragon. If you Enervit, I'll just swing with Sword of Seeking. But honestly, that was a beautiful 2 games. I like looking at the cards that Yamcham played, I don't think that he could have done many things differently. Do you feel like there were a couple of moments where maybe if he waited with a card for a bit, he could have won?
I think the big thing, game 1 was obviously just not leveling up. Of course, it's always difficult to know whether or not your opponent's going to, suddenly surprise you with a whole ton of damage like that. But unfortunately, when you see that ghost, you've got to know, I've got to do something. Otherwise, they're going to go ahead and bot me there. The second game, it's a lot harder. They did level up a little faster, but both players were taking it a little slow there, right? I think 2 turns off a piece, basically, just to draw some cards, no particular leveling. That being said, I think if you're the Tristan player, it's possible that they were waiting for sort of another time to get more influence, things like Academy Guide, or just making sure that they had things like Sadie, to start getting those prep counters. But unfortunately, just a little too late, especially with Sorcering's Vow coming back and having that Home by Fire. Such a strong combination that they were unable to prevent with the Flame Sweep, and Flame Sweep getting them 3 times, basically, over these games. So, unfortunately, I don't think there was too much that Tristan had in hand to be able to save them. That being said, we didn't see Varuk or anything to get through any sort of prevention. So it's possible that if at just the right time with a Veiling Breeze, which I'm double checking now just to see what we have for protection here. Oh, okay, so we don't have any Veiling Breeze or Calming Breeze. So we're relying on our Innervates. And if they bring out that sort of Seeking, they're covering themselves. It's a tough position.
Yeah, it's Lorraine has a lot of answers for, especially nowadays, to a lot of things that you can throw at her. So I think it was just a case of not having the right answer every single time. Like you need a different answer for different cases, and it also didn't seem like Yamcham really had anything to generate prep counters with, because I feel like the only thing that could have gone better is get a lot of prep counters and slice and dice earlier, but he was also struggling to have the prep counters up.
Yeah, I think, let's just imagine a scenario where on the Flame Sweep turn, instead of letting Lorraine draw 3, if you had 1 or 2 of your Undeniable Truths in hand, able to, sack those Dream Fairies out, get a prep counter, draw a card, as well as deny Lorraine a card, you're almost doing, the reverse there that happened. And, you're taking the damage, of course, from Flame Sweep. Not great, but now suddenly you have what you need. You have your prep counters. You're able to draw when you go to 2. You denied Lorraine drawing 3 cards, which is huge. For people who've never played this game, 3 cards definitely is the difference for quite a lot of decks.
Yeah, it's the break point of like, there's so many cards that cost 3 that you need to, like, it's if they have 4 influence and then they have 7 influence, because 7 you can still like Creative Shock, draw into cards, and come back. And then 8th influence. 8th influence is where it gets terrifying, I feel like.
So for me, I'm thinking as a Lorraine player, getting those 3 extra cards, so we are unable to see what's in their hand at any given time. But those 3 extra cards, you're able to, for example, play that reduced stash. That was
Yep.
actually a really big swing as well, and kind of putting a end to the possible comeback, at least for 2 or 3 turns, as we saw there. And unfortunately, Tristan's deck unable to get those prep counters to sort of keep themselves still going, especially after losing that Shadow's Claw. They're unable to close it out, even though they did get very, very close. Lorraine at 28, unfortunately, even with something like even with all the fast the fast non-combat damage that we usually see, things like Tempest Downfall, etc., would only bring it to 27, and that Shadow's Claw would have been huge, right? That's an extra 5
Yep.
damage on that turn.
It was actually just one touch away. It was so close. Actually, it would have been game if it wasn't for Arcalo holding back 2 Resolute stands. For probably definitely for exactly that moment, but it was so close yet so far. What
Yeah,
a beautiful game, though.
Oh no, an absolutely beautiful game. I think, unfortunately, once again, when you're in that position, you're going, well, this is kind of tough. I gotta dig myself out. You lose your Shadow's Claw, you lose all your shadows. But you bring out that Immersion Dagger. Mathematically, you're like, okay, I'm good. I'm gonna Poison Dagger him. I have the Immersion Dagger, able to attack with my 6 prep counters. It'll be lethal. What are the chances they have 2 Resolute stands? But I think you gotta go for it. You have to go for it, because otherwise it's a guarantee that they're going to win the game on the next turn. So you've got to give it a try. And a lot of respect to Yamcham Zero for seeing that moment and saying, okay, we're gonna head and just play it out. See
Yeah.
what occurs. Maybe I win.
Just do everything you can. And he was like going through all of the possibilities. Unfortunately, Arcalo just had so much prevention that really a Varuk would have been the only thing that saves Yamcham there. But unfortunately, they did not have it.
Yeah, there's a lot of situations, especially in Grand Archive, where, at least for me, I feel, and this is one of the draws, where you're always one turn off. I always feel that unless something really crazy happens, a lot of the games, I'm like, oh man, if only it had come back to me, I would have won the game. Fair enough, right? You should win before me, or vice versa, where I look and I go, look, if I don't win right now, they are gonna win the game. And for me, that's like a huge thing that I really love about playing this game. The idea that it's always relatively close. It never feels like it's unsalvageable until it definitely is. And at those moments, and we saw those in the previous round there with the Diana. Sometimes you can sort of tell yourself, okay, you know what? I've looked at all my cards. Not gonna happen, and that's okay. But I think most games of Grand Archive, I really loved seeing these 2 games here, because I think that is that's how Grand Archive goes. Sometimes you get swept, but then the next time you get this really nice close game.
Yeah. And honestly, it was perfect. I don't know how else it could have played out. Like, as in, obviously, draw better, but it's at the same time, Arcalo saw 1 Pendragon in game 2, didn't
Yes.
even go to level 3 in game 1. So it's really, if Arcalo had unluckier draws and Yamcham had luckier draws, it would have been more balanced. But
Yeah, well,
unfortunately,
I mean that's TCG sometimes, right? I think you do bring up a good point though. We had joked about Ghost into Ghost, etc. But that deck, with the return of Spirit Ruler and just having those craft cards, it is of course possible for just lots of damage to come out all at once, and you don't necessarily need the full strength of Crux in order to close out the game.
I mean, we saw like just how good Lorraine can be without having the ghost, because it's always like, oh yeah, Crux is fine. it really wasn't Crux that decided this game because
Right.
the cards that were drawn were off of Flame Sweep.
Yeah. Yeah. Once again, if you watch these matches and you're coming to our little analysis here, Flame Sweep, MVP card of the game. All right.
Yeah.
So looks like we have a little under 9 minutes left in regulation. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break here. And when we come back, it'll be with, of course, as always, another fantastic match. It'll be me and NEETfull.
It'll be 60
And
minutes and 5 minutes overtime
yeah.
with you, NEETfull, and more Alice.
No, whoa. I didn't. No one promised that. No one.
I'm
No one
not
said
promising.
that.
I'm not. Probably no Alice
No,
because
Clem,
of the
look,
trauma.
you got your wish. You got these wonderful matches, and now you're asking me to go back into the Alice pit. Why?
It was
Why
your
have you done
request.
that? I thought we were friends.
We
All right,
are. You just love
cut right
Alice
there,
so
won't
much.
you? I love Alice so much. All right, we'll be back right after this break. Welcome back to our last round of today's matches. Oh, look. Okay, now I've cloned myself into into NEETfull, which is really useful actually because our names, if you don't know, are very similar in real life. Derek and Eric. So, oh no, my clone. We're losing this ability. He's turning back into his normal self. Quick. Let's ground him. What is your opinion on Ranger Strides?
I think as Perfect Calcium, I believe that Ranger
Yeah.
Strides is a fair and balanced card. Perfect Calcium, as you all know, that's me. Uh,
Yeah.
believes that Ranger Strides is the baseline that every Grand Archive card should be, or in this case, strive to be. Because it draws a card when it comes in. It gives you a okay power boost to whatever you put it on because you have to be distant, and that's very hard to do. So I
Yeah.
really think, and it's distortion. So you have to play a Divine Relic just to really even get it out. So
Yeah,
like
it's kind of
I think
crazy.
that
Yeah, there's a lot of
every
boost.
card in Grand Archive should be Ranger Strikes. I think that is truly how we balance the game.
Okay, yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense to me. Uh, I say we ship it. There's two of me, so that's two votes.
I don't see anything wrong with this.
Yeah. My name is. I'm getting asked in my ear whether my name's correct, and it of course is the PerfectKalcium. I'm from Canada now, and I want to point out real quick. Shout out to Bonnie for always willing to ping me about my French. I'm gonna try it, and of course embarrass myself on stream as always.
Oh no!
Uh,
Oh no!
for no, it's uh, gat gato gato.
Oh that
I think
that
I think that's pretty good. We'll see. He'll ping, I'm sure.
we're just gonna get a rage. Just like it's like that is
Uh,
100% wrong. Get out.
yeah, man, I just need one of those like I say and then you say for like French like like cassettes, and just have it run when I'm at night, so it goes into my brain when I'm asleep, and at the very end it'll be like, and that's why Ranger Strides is fine. All these French words, Ranger Strides, perfect, and that's why we should have more cards like it. Now, on stream, of course, the only person saying that was NEETfull, who is not my clone. He's a different person, but he loves Ranger Strides,
Oh
as
no! Oh
shown.
no!
The only card, the only card that he loves more, of course, is Unmake Duality.
I love that card so much. I have some thoughts on that card, but we can leave that for another time. There's a reason why it's on the watch list now,
There's
and
a
it needs
reason.
to be on
Yeah.
there.
Well, I'm sure they're very positive thoughts about Unmake Duality.
Oh, they're so positive. They're up here. Just man, I don't think I can go without seeing that card.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Storm Slime. Unmake Duality up here, Storm Slime all the way at the bottom. So,
That's accurate. That's exactly me. That's my thoughts.
yeah, it's those classic NEETfull thoughts that we tune into stream for.
Exactly. No,
So,
I will
mhm,
say,
yeah,
I I am excited to see this next match because I
yes,
did get to see. I just glimpsed who it's going to be. It is a returning favorite here on the channel. You know him well, Edward piloting back on Winbiako. So we're not on the fire. We're not on the fire Gembu list. We are back on Wimbiako. So I've just got to the point of calling this deck anytime anybody asks about it. I just call it the Bouncy Boys. Is how the deck goes because your entire gut job is everything in the deck is just bouncing everything back. It's just saying, let's flicker this, let's Zephyr it, let's go ahead and let's just hit it with usually like distortion. Let's just fairy whisper your stuff back. Let's bounce our own Byaku. This is do this. There's just so many crazy things that this deck can do, and I love this deck so much. It is so much fun to watch, and I've even built it myself just to play it because I have so much fun playing this list. It is an absolute blast to watch this list go.
that 4 of Scattering Gust is actually so annoying when you play into this deck.
It is
Uh,
it is it is it is crazy because it's very rarely that you get to pull it off, but when you do, your opponent goes, "What? What do I? What? Okay." And then it's almost always the Ace and Protector and something else that they want to bring back to their hand. So it's just like, hey, I'm
Yeah.
gonna play it again. And you're like, cool. I'm so happy for you.
It's one of those decks where if you've never faced it, you definitely get, how do I say? It's the feeling of, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Sure. I knew you would play that, but I also didn't guess. So yes, that works. Why not?
It's also one of the few decks in this game where if the game goes long enough that you will get hit by Zhao, making you discard a card. And then at the end of your opponent's turn, the following turn, they're just going to draw 2 cards. And you're just going to
Yeah.
be like, what? Okay, what do I do? Like, it is a fun list. And if you haven't seen it yet on stream, if you have not watched this deck, I would heavily tune in to watch this one. It is a fun list when it goes off and does its thing. Um Hopefully we'll see what the matchup is going to be for them. I think we're waiting for some final pieces to roll in to verify what the matchup's going to be. So, uh I am very excited to see this list. With that, well, we kind of got some time to kill while we wait for this last one to come in.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit about it, kind of when we went to break, or when you guys went to break, or well, I guess when we came back from break, is we were talking a little bit. We're talking a little bit about Ranger Strides and kind of how we feel about it.
Yes.
How do you feel about Baby Green going on that list?
Baby Green. Uh, I think Baby Green. Oh man, I think it probably does belong on category one. I don't know if it necessarily should go higher, but Baby Green is super strong, especially with uh, things like it being able to affect Aether Wings. Is also, and I think that's fine. I think that's good. The biggest thing there is it really has a big it has a big interaction with the wind draw engine,
Yeah.
and that's what makes it such a tough thing to say. Like definitely, like oh, I want to keep it. But I think in general, Baby Green is not necessarily the worst card. I'm never really like all that frustrated when they play it. You just have to be aware. But it has a lot of uses, especially because it can even do things like coming in and saving you from like a oh, what's the card that makes you both sacrifice an ally? Uh,
Oh yeah, the
something reflections.
yeah.
Overlapping visages. Sorry, reflections. I always think about that. Reflections is the one where there's two swords. They're like coming in together.
It's close. They're close enough.
But yeah, I don't know. What do you think about Baby Green Slime?
I'm in the boat. I think it has its place. I think it does affect a lot of things that we need to affect, kind of like how Dream Fairy does. But I'm in the boat that if we do eventually see it go, I understand. The card is very powerful and maybe a little bit too flexible. But we don't have to talk much about having to wait to see what Baby Green can do, because we're probably gonna see what we're talking about when this card is on category one for good reason here with Edwards Bioculus, because we know for sure that list is gonna be playing it.
Yeah, this is. I mean, in this matchup, you would be looking to reset swords, sort of at the quote unquote wrong time, for the Lorraine player, and we did see the Lorraine player, Arcelio's deck, last time playing into this Win Biako. So already the Library Witch, no cremation. Otherwise, we probably would have seen that. And I think that's a strong play, of course, that we are seeing quite a lot in Lorraine and Merlin. Just Library Witch cremation. Drawing all those cards. You don't have to wait for your opponent to do something silly.
Yep, and we're seeing the end
Hmm.
of turn long tail to level up, which banishing a long tail to go into level one. Showing our opponent the material deck. One piece about that is when Gaugia 1 enters, you get to show your opponent the material deck and you get a Fate Stone out of it. So you get a nice free materialization. And trust me, these Fate Stones, they're not that good.
I didn't know what you were gonna say right there. You said that, and I wasn't 100% sure. I
Keep
was
you on
like,
your
oh, I
toes.
gotta follow up on that. Oh, Kind Beast Caller. Uh, this card, we've seen it quite a bit in Slimes previously. But here we're going to go ahead and reveal top 5 cards. So more revealing. We're gonna grab an animal or beast and put it into our hand. So
Yeah,
I
and
think,
cool.
yeah,
Yeah, cool part about this card is like this entire deck is almost everything has some sort of on enter effect. So every time we bounce something, every time we uh put suppress something, put it or put it back into our hand, we're essentially doubling up the effects. And Kind Beast Caller is essentially a free card. And that's one thing you'll see with Edward's list here is every card generally wants to in some way replace itself. So we're gonna try to keep this influence getting going, keep drawing cards, and eventually either one, flip over Byaku and just be able to have a 6/6 swinging every turn, or as we saw with the grab of the Windtrotter, use Windtrotter to make some of these allies absolutely insanely strong, where it's going to be very difficult to try to answer them, even with something like a Flame Sweep.
yeah, being able to swing in with even a single buff counter on something like uh even that grooves word right there actually. uh Once you have that level, which of course they do get a +1 to the life. So it would turn to a 3/4, which is that wonderful ASIN stat line. And so being able to do that and reoccur repeatedly for buff counters just leads to some pretty big hits, as well as, like you said, saving the board. You see the Lorraine there. Uh, you see a Rending having gone out into banish. You can pretty much guess that they do have flame sweeps in the deck.
And it's just very, very cookie cutter here. We're seeing the Cheshire Cat hit play with the Inert Sword. So that's already a scary 5 damage already sitting on the board.
Yeah, taking out that Groove's word. And we're going to, yeah, as you said there, we're going to use Zephyr. Looks like we're going to reoccur our Kind Beast Caller.
Yeah, good way to essentially use Zephyr at this point, replaces itself by doing this play, and it stacks up that quest counter.
Yeah, we're also able to filter for for any animal that we need here, and there's that baby green slime. So if you are Edward, uh, how quickly are you looking to get to 3? Is there any particular reason you might feel rushed?
Um, Yeah, this
Oh,
unfortunately, I hate to drag it to
okay.
you.
Oh, I forgot.
I don't think we're gonna go to 3 very quickly.
No.
I think
Yeah,
I think we're gonna hard stop at 2. I don't think we're gonna go to 3 at all.
fair.
Primarily because it's not on the list.
Yeah, that's the only reason. That's the only reason.
Unless you want to cheat, which to be fair,
Oh
we do it
man.
all the time, right?
Yeah, I love cheating. Cheating is it's the only way I win the game. So, uh, no,
Yeah, and I
seriously, though, don't cheat. Don't cheat. This is not hard. Don't put in the 3 when you only have the 2 in the list. But if you're like me and you can't read, of course, being a TCG player, uh, yeah, going to 2. Was there any reason that you might feel rushed?
No, I don't think in this matchup necessarily, because I think for 2, you're more gonna use it to get the trigger on mainly the additional counters to be able to flip Byaku a little bit earlier. I think the only way we're going to see a go to 2 here in this game is likely going to be, honestly, it's going to be if we need the draw card, if we're desperate for a piece. I think we're going to let a lot of the situational cards do the rest for us.
Makes sense. See here. All right, we are seeing that Source Saint's Vow already go to banishment, ready for Spirit Ruler to pull it back, and of course that's a huge tell as to what kind of deck we are running on the Lorraine side. And so we see the strength here of not only we have fluffies to go ahead and banish that as we need, but also just our Clarent.
Yeah. Now in this, I don't think Clarent. The big thing with Clarent is you're probably wondering what spells are we worried about here. Luckily, we're not. We don't really care about any spells in this deck. The big thing is just being able to banish 2 swords. That's going to come really important. Going to level 3, primarily because we want to grab that Sword Saint's Vow, and we're going to use the Lorraine 3 effect, as you saw in just in the last round, to get that vow already turbocharged as we right off the bat, so that we can pressure quite a bit of damage and threaten lethal way earlier than we probably should.
Yeah, our opponent did bring out the sensor, although I don't believe there's anything in graveyard that we had necessarily relied on. Already getting that level guide out. And we did use our Byaku's self-suppress, or well, suppress that the suppressibility that it has.
You're gonna get so much value off of bouncing this. We're gonna try to find our. We're gonna search the whole deck if we have to.
Well, we already did find the baby green, three of hearts, so get more filtering. Uh, in this case, with the sensor out, unless we find our reduced ash, I don't believe there's any Varakan acolytes in the deck, but we can still, of course, until we don't know necessarily if our opponent has a lantern or anything, but we can go ahead and fill our graveyard with fire, just building up for a rending.
Yeah. Now, something you do have to really take into consideration in this matchup, and it's crazy that some players just forget this completely, is you have to be very careful with Sword Saint's Vow in this matchup because our opponent does have baby green. We can't necessarily commit too many resources to the Vow because it's kind of just asking at that point if we put 5 or 6 cards into Vow to hopefully go for lethal, one baby green could essentially just put all that work down the drain. So very likely not going to be the main focus for the kill, I would assume. We're probably going to be, and that's why we're kind of seeing a very wide board. And unfortunately, we did just see a whiff here off of the kind beast color. Fortunately, it does have to find an animal or a beast, and I'm I have unfortunately been in that boat. Sometimes the deck just goes, nah, here's every single spell in the deck. Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you have to believe just a little harder, and it doesn't happen sometimes. Ooh, two three of hearts down there. Uh, yeah, the big thing, like you said, with Sword Saint's Vow, not only did you see the baby green slime, but you also see Zephyrs being run. So uh, putting everything into that one Sword Saint's Vow is, an incredible risk. But
For sure.
we're just pushing here with our cat, our 2 3 of hearts, and that Liminal Guide. Uh, Lorraine's still on 1, so we can very easily come up to 2, try to draw an extra card if we needed to, or just have that extra damage for renting.
Yeah. And it's actually a very smart play here by Arc as well, because we have the situation where we have no reason to push any higher. We're not being threatened by lethal, at least right now. And we're still very likely from our perspective, we're pretty good ways away on from lethal. So we can use our allies to press you mentioned to pressure the board here. And if our opponent tries to retaliate by playing a lot of their own allies to clear the board, I think at that point we're setting up for a very, very juicy flame sweep. So kind of just a awkward situation to be in because you need to clear the board, but you don't want to have too many allies out.
Yeah, committing, and we actually saw that last game, of course, right? When we had to commit an extra ally, here we would go from 1 to maybe 3, especially if we are feel really desperate to clear these 3 of hearts. That does put us in a really dangerous position for flame sweep because we won't necessarily have the influence to save anybody. Oh, Zhengzhou, Way of Peace. That classic card. 3 in influence, so we're going to go ahead and recover 4.
Yep, good call taking out at least one of the 3 hearts while we don't have the influence to be able to activate it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Arc not having the 2 influence needed for the 3 of hearts. For people who haven't played any sort of suited, 3 of hearts does count itself for the cardistry, so you only need to pay 2. It is a single ally that costs 3, so it does reduce the cost by 1. Here's a question. Let's say that Arc did have 2 cards in hand, though. Being that you'd have to draw and then discard directly, so there's no particular filtering, right? You're just going to take the card off the top of the deck and throw it in the graveyard. Would you activate the cardistry?
Um, Weirdly enough, I think I would mainly because we have Rending Flames in the deck. So getting to a critical point where we have 3 fire cards available to at any point be able to play Running Flames, I'd still do it. There's still I mean, there's likely to draw a Norm card. Sad if it happens, but you draw a fire card. Well, now your opponent has to think about is at what point is Running Flames just gonna is it gonna come out? Because now that even if it doesn't get played, you still have the fear of that being a possibility every turn.
Yeah, and I mean, you're only kind of sad if you see a Crux card go, but otherwise, if it's a liminal, even though you're not getting, through sensor or anything, you're fine. You probably didn't need that for your next turn anyway. And looks like we are still continuing with our suppress. And getting that kind beast caller back. See whether or not we can find a card this time. Looking at the list.
It makes me wonder what we're digging for
Yeah.
now.
What are we looking for?
Maybe more Wind Trotters, and we're just kind of stack those up, or maybe even a Fluffy Shopkeep because we could grab it off of the. Nope, one more Baby Green.
Yep, more baby greens. So just trying to dig for more quest counters, it seems.
Yep,
So we're going
trying to go for the tiger.
Yep. Let's see. One thing there. So we mentioned baby green as an ally, being able to sort of get around some of these restrictions, and that uh, that includes the fabled Emerald Fatestone.
Yep, because even though it is
So
Spell
we are
Shroud,
able to, yeah,
green
yes,
does not
it only
care.
has Spell Shroud, not Ally Shroud? Question mark. New keyword.
You talking about the Omni Shroud?
Omni Shroud. Yeah, of course. I forgot. Well, how many cards have Omni Shroud?
3. Well,
I think it's 3
one
because one
gives
can
Omni
give it, right?
Shroud.
Yeah.
One gives Omni Shroud. Then there's the
Looking Glass.
Looking Glass. Yeah, you get Omni Shroud off of the new Jin Regalia.
Oh, the Scarlet Tassel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then Blood Shroud Temper can give it. So see, it's not a real keyword until someone builds the Jin deck, and I can use the Jin deck because I need someone to do that for me. Oh, or you could also be extra big brained and then become Lubu at the end. But at that point, I mean, your opponent's just gonna scoop, right? Like they're just gonna go, okay, they clearly have a huge brain, huge cranium. I cannot win this game.
Listen, right now with the state of having to get that damage, like if you swing at a Dao-Chan and say, "Yeah, I'm gonna put you to that much damage counters," like you're asking for it. Like there's like,
Well, that's the
it's on
problem.
you at that point.
Well, that's the problem. You made yourself lose the game. You're just like, well, I put myself in a losing position instantly. I'm gonna concede.
Like I could win the
fine.
game, but instead,
Instead, I
I'm
will
gonna lose.
transition instantly into losing.
That or you're so confident that you can also take down Lubu that you don't care. You're like, I'll show you what I'm made of.
Oh, we need to. We'll set up an exhibition match for that one day. It'll be real cool.
Fireball you to exactly amount, flip over, and then fireball you again.
somewhere, I think Glass sneezed. He was like, "This is my chance. This is the way."
This is the moment. I've been waiting for this.
So Edward actually being pretty efficient here, clearing the board. We're taking out that that other 3 of hearts. We still have this. we still have this Cheshire Cat, but
Yeah. And putting the opponent under Terrafring was also really smart here because that also took the ability, as we mentioned. We probably wanted a Flame Sweep, but
yes.
having the under the Terrafring means we kind of lose that option still for a turn. So gives us a shot to be able to keep a board state, recoup some things, and double up some effects.
Yep, and here is part of the strength. We're going to go ahead and suppress our baby green. Yep, there we go. And on enter, we get to suppress again. Ooh, into a veiling. So already at 6 quest counters, Byakko needing 8 to flip over. I personally have never actually flipped a Byakko. But I've also only played this deck once, so not a huge sample size.
Not a great.
Yeah,
I was waiting for
no
the
one,
yeah.
no one
I've
listens to my
never
opinion about that. Actually, I've only played it once.
I was waiting for the yeah. I've never flipped a Byakko. Never played the deck.
Well, I think so we see every other Senju get used quite a lot, right? We've seen tops, we've seen a lot of uses, especially right now. With something like London, you have, I believe, the top 4 are all either Seryu or Genbu, and I think there is definitely something alluring about the playstyle where you just have this really large cat, and it's supposed to help all of your animal and beast allies.
And I was wrong.
And they all lose pride, which is the thing that I think a lot of people were always trying to figure out a way around for these large tamer allies.
And I apologize. Chat. I was wrong. We flame sweeped anyways.
Well, it is sort of the time to go ahead and flame sweep. Oh, Effigy of Gaia.
And we did suppress the. We actually didn't even suppress the stone. We actually hit the sensor instead. So likely means we have a possibility to activate Byakko this turn. I would assume.
Yeah, getting Byakko depends if our baby green stays there, but Effigy of Gaia actually also giving us an extra level. I don't believe that particularly matters in this deck.
I mean, if we have the Byakko's command, we could, and our opponent's down to 1 card hand, we could pressure lethal
Ooh.
this turn. We could. They leveled. They're still at 1. We have a very good chance we just
Yeah.
pressure lethal here.
We only need to deal. Well, actually, in fact, at 14, we only need to deal 6. We don't even necessarily need Byakko's command. If Byakko can flip over, that would be lethal by itself.
Yeah, which I think there's a health swap. I think we should be at 6 on
Oh, okay.
arc. So I think there's a little bit of a. I think there's a little mix up there, but even still, with the Byakko's, that we could threaten lethal off of.
It would be
Because it would be exactly lethal. It'd be attack with Byakko for 6, activate it on the attack while it's on the stack on the attack, and then 7 and 7. That would be exactly lethal.
Forest Cake. Just need that one extra quest counter. That wonderful SP3 Forest Cake with Sylvie on there. I really love that art.
The best forest cake, if you ask me.
Are you the little orange slime who's eating like a apple or a cherry there?
That's me.
I forgot. Once again, while this Zephyr is resolving here, if you ever meet NEETfull, just at an Ascent or just if you go to a shop here in Dallas or anything, do ask him about his slime conspiracy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we're not gonna say that anymore.
I can't. I don't want to. I can't say it on stream because I don't want to record it.
Yeah.
I don't need a. I don't want Sildar to realize that I figured it out.
Yeah.
I found
We're
the
not gonna say
writing. I
anymore.
saw the message on the wall, Sildar. I know it. You can't keep it hidden from us.
It's gonna be an RDO. It's gonna be an RDO, and we're gonna go crazy.
What a pop off it is.
Oh,
now you'll notice we did gain 2 buff counters, not just 1. And you're wondering, but aren't we level 1? That's level 2 for the Brisk Wind Trotter. Well, FG Gaia says +1 level. And as long as we have an animal or a beast, and guess what? Wind Trotter is.
Well, and of course Byakko. itself, which did here get flipped. So coming in, this could be it right here.
Well, I don't think we have enough because I think
Oh
we
no,
need
we don't
2
have
more
enough
cards for
for
command. Yeah.
first cake on the.
Oh, he's at
We
end
could.
step,
Okay.
and where green came back, and we're just bouncing the cake.
All right. Byako also having vigor, so we just have an 8/8 here. 2 cards in hand. Let's see. Lorraine going to level 2. Okay, yep. You got to do something.
I think we only have 2 cards in hand, so I think we need that to be Veiling here. Because if we have a Rending Flames, that's a little scary.
Yeah. Liminal coming in for 1, pushing to 13. You have your cat. So, Cheshire Cat has not only the Inert Sword, as usual, but also the Sword of Shadows here. So, actually hitting for 4, as opposed to the usual 3.
I mean, we could Flame Sweep here. I wouldn't.
You could Flame Sweep. Yeah,
I wouldn't, but we could.
if there's a Flame Sweep here, and there's no Veiling. Oh, okay. There we go.
Well, there's a whole other reason why we would not Flame Sweep here, and that would have to do with us just dying.
Just dying.
Because that is still an 8/8 that hits us back in the face.
It wouldn't be so bad, except of course that Category 1 Baby Green Slime for that last bit of life.
We're just gonna hammer that down. That is the Category 1 Baby Green that we just saw us play.
Rending Flames.
That
Oh,
is
with
the
a hone.
and we're following it up. There is the Hone and the Rending, so that is
Yep.
that's still
Do the
still
Veiling.
lethal.
That's enough.
That is
Moving
a
on.
not Category 1 Rending Flames. Kidding the board.
Oh man, the casting's gonna get really long if we start doing that.
Oh boy. Alrighty. So with that, turns out we can have a really big ally, but Rending Flame still hurts. Who knew?
Yeah, that's man, that's tough, especially, being able to flip it over, getting there, but hey, that's that Grand Archive, right? You're always one turn away. You just need that one
Oh,
extra turn.
for sure. Which, hey, now that we're going to the next round, we have some sideboard tech that's probably going to be coming in pretty quick. I would assume, looking at Edward's list, we're probably bringing those Crystallized Destinies in this matchup.
Oh, yes.
And
What else did we bring in?
oh, I see a piece of spicy tech in here.
Were we
We
gonna
did this for
mention
slimes for a while. That is a Pride's
the
Vanguard.
Prize Vanguard? Yeah.
That is in here. That is a Pride's Vanguard. That is so if you've not seen this card, it is a really cool kind of piece of tech that a lot of tamerless sort of throwing in to specifically deal with cats. Pride's Vanguard is a 1/3 ambush retort. So basically with this ally, you're going to play it, you're just going to stand it up, and any attack that comes into either you or even the Pride's Vanguard is going to get retaliated for 3 damage. Meaning there is a lot of major allies people love to play on turn 1 and just turn them sideways. That you can essentially, if you're going first, play Pride's Vanguard, look at your opponent and say, hey, you're probably not swinging with whatever you want to play because I'm just going to answer it right here, right now. So it's a really cool piece of tech as well, especially into cat, because this is a great way to say, yeah, you might have it might have stealth and spell shroud. Doesn't matter if I can still retaliate it. It's a pretty sweet piece of tech. We will very likely see that come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, one thing here is warrior, animal, human, lion. But all that really means you can go ahead and use the cake for an extra buff as well if you need to sort of, threaten some more. And of course, we saw a brisk Windtrotter there. So being able to ambush even over a cat that has buff tokens, or just sort of making sure that basically any ally that comes in, your Pride's Vanguard is able to take it out or threaten or they have to go into the Prize Vanguard, which is also equally annoying, and they'll still lose that ally.
Yep. And you can grab this off kind beast collar. So it's another way to get a hit off
Yeah,
that dig.
that animal pulling a lot of weight here in this deck.
And I do see some Verdigris Decrees that are in the sideboard, which I think we still want to keep them just for the suppress effect, but yeah, this list is so it's weird to sideboard this list too, because it feels like every card does exactly what you want it. It kind of fills a goal of the deck mainboard. So it's I'll say the hardest thing about playing this deck when I picked it up was just figuring out what I take out when I sideboard. Because it just every card feels good.
I would say, for me personally, that's the hardest part about learning any deck is learning what to actually take out. Because every deck, especially when you when you're me and you're taking from winning decks for a sense and stuff, it always feels like every card is so well placed. Each thing has a purpose, and I think there's a part of my brain that goes, well, if I take that out, I can't do anything about that anymore. And but of course that's a big part about learning different matchups. Uh, what is sort of unneeded when you're going into your opponent.
Oh, one cake, not a second one, no second one. Man.
No. That classic 2 cake opening not happening here. That's okay. Looking at Ark's sideboard, is there anything that we would have brought in?
Oh, probably an
That
extra flame
that
sweep.
extra flame sweep.
And realistically, bringing
Immolation
in
trap.
maybe, just because, yeah, actually, Immolation Trap's actually really good because you can easily swing just like a generic ally into the Akku if it flips and just eliminate it immediately.
I could also.
Because we're
Mhm.
unlike the other list where we're going level 3, we're not going to be able to lineage release to save it.
Yes, I could also see, and I wonder, I could also see the 2 smokeouts just to try and take out something like a baby green. Whenever they get suppressed, you say, "Hey, I'm going to smoke it." I like it's not stealth, but that's okay. We'll just go ahead and take it out, and then they lose that effect.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. I mean, there's even a world where we bring in the Varuks as well, just as a way to kind of close out the game with the if we have the rending, just stop any way that we'd have to answer it. I mean, because it's going to stop pretty much all the different options that we've seen so far in this list.
Yeah, it's pretty clean. Even with our pretty convincing last rending there at the end, Varuk, of course, would have made it so you don't really even have to do the math.
No, not at all.
Kind beast caller. So we're beginning our okay there with that baby green. We're beginning our kind beast caller search and potential loop. I think another nice thing about kind beast caller, especially I think you pointed out to me when you first started playing it as a tamer. It's a 2/2 stat line, and that 2 power can really make a difference when it comes to clearing and holding the board.
Yeah, and especially because you're digging for something else as well, being able to get something like a baby green and just follow it up with that as well, even if you are putting a lot of your hand down, is a nice way to deal with something 3 power or 3 3 health on the
33
board.
life. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see a dungeon guide. Go to banishment. Usually, of course, that means they have at least one other, or they're very unlucky.
I'm usually in the bottom, just very unlucky.
Well, you tend to not see them, so. How many? Last time, last time we played, how many cards did you dig through for Tristan? I think it was
Oh,
30
we went.
something.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I dug through like it was like 36 cards without hitting a dungeon guide. Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
man. If I switch away from Sylvie, apparently that every deck I play, if it's meta, it's just like, yeah, it's easy. You just draw this card and you win. And it's like, all right, how do I draw the card? And it's just you got 4 of them. It's easy. You just draw it. Turns out, pretty difficult.
No, it's super. It's because you don't want it enough.
And there goes the
Uh,
Vertus Degree coming
I
out.
disagree. So this is yeah. So sorry, I thought for a second Vertigo Tree came in from the sideboard, but it was main board, which makes a
Yep.
lot of sense. So once again, our kind beast caller loop, finding ever more animals.
Arc still sticking to this, looks like same state game plan. Just let's start flooding the board with allies and pressure this board.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the biggest thing is, unfortunately, unless there's a huge hands down opening, which usually the Byaku deck doesn't provide, it's a little difficult to take care of those allies because they're gonna get constantly suppressed, and then they'll just come back. So better just to go for your opponent's champion and try to close out the game.
Since you're coming down, make sure any shenanigans. If you wanna, if you want to cremation that liminal guide, you're not gonna get any value for it.
It also makes it safe to take out as the only ally there if you wanted to just try to deny the extra 1 damage. And we did see a Longtail Groovesword before come to hand from the Beast Caller. So there's a good chance that we see it this turn. We would be able to use the Forest Cake on it.
I did notice we're swinging at life, so we're not caring too much about the liminal guide, which we could answer with 1 ally, but I think it's safe at this point. Oh, unless it's Ace and Protector coming down.
Oh, it could be.
I saw the 4th card get
Yeah,
teased.
we keep seeing 3. Okay, Zheng Zhao. With 3 influence, we're gonna recover. Oh, in response. Ah, Scattering Gust. So this is going to begin. Let's see. I believe Scattering Gust is it 3 or 4?
4.
4. Okay, yeah, and that begins the Zheng Zhao 7 or more in influence. Each opponent
Yeah.
discards a card at random from the memory.
So probably wondering why did we Scattering Gust the way we did that? So really cool piece of tech that just happened is we played the Zhao and the trigger goes on the stack. While that trigger is on the stack, we essentially say, I'm going to fast activate Scattering Gust. So even though the allies leave play until end of turn, the effect is still on the stack. So once we've essentially resolved Scattering Gust, we check then Zhao's trigger to see how many cards we have in influence or in memory. Oh, we have 7 or more. Get rid of a card. Come back. Oh, do it again. How many cards do you have? 7? All right, get another one. So we essentially just turn that turn that play into you lose 2 cards. And at this point, Edward pretty much lost nothing. It actually gained a card. It gained a card back in that play.
Yeah, on top of that, if it was something floating or a liminal guide, we did bring out that sensor to sort of cover that situation. So, yeah, Edward, like you said, trading 1 card for Arc to go down 2.
Now we are hands down, so we can take this opportunity to clear some of this board if we need to. Which I would not want to leave Zhao out any longer, especially with what just happened.
Yeah, I think this is definitely this is your chance with a single card left in hand. You want to make sure that there's a lot less value for the reoccurrence of these cards.
Yeah, we could realistically, if we have sweep, we could sweep here. I believe because it would be a sweep for 3.
Yeah, and that
Now
would clear.
it would be it would have essentially all cards down, but
Looks like we're gonna take out that. Okay, yeah, straight out. Makes sense. Go ahead and see if we take out that kind beast caller. It could be a 3 of hearts, for example. Okay, Fluffy.
get some of that influence back. Good call. Good call.
It also makes us, of course, less susceptible to ever getting that chip damage in every turn. And taking out Iron Beast Caller. Then Cheshire Cat, that 3 damage pressure has. It is so annoying when you don't have something to deal with the cat. And with the Inert Sword, even just pushing 3 every single turn is kind of a huge deal.
Yeah, and it's and the fact that it's an ally that is so hard to deal with, and we haven't seen a Dream Fairy to play. A Dream Fairy would be real nice to probably see here. In that,
That was what I was wondering. There was one Dream Fairy left in Edward's sideboard, and I wonder if it came in to make 4.
it's it's weird in this matchup because you want to see at least one to deal with the cat, I would think. But you kind of run into a boat of after you deal with the cat, there's not many other targets in a Valorant that you really care about that much. Maybe in an off chance you care about a fluffy shopkeep, but for the most part, not too many other allies. It's something like Merlin, you would love it because you can deal with Incarnate, but in this situation, yeah, I don't see much reason. You definitely, if they're on Ghost Pendragon, you definitely don't want to give them Ghost Pendragon options again.
Yeah, it is. You definitely don't want a Dream Fairy that ghosts have the fairy die and then they go ahead and use the ghost again. It's pretty demoralizing if that happens to you. We are on 5 quest counters though, racking them up pretty quick. Could see another Byakko flip. I think I think the cat as well as the limo guide are probably just going to go to champion damage.
I think we're
Response. Yeah.
thinking about the veiling, maybe considering the veiling. Yep, there it
Yep.
is.
Showing 3. Let's take a look. 2 Grisword and an Aeson. Three. Think. Trying to take out the baby green.
Yeah, force the cards down, force the
Yep. Gotta make him have it.
force the suppress.
Yep.
They're gonna do it anyways. Why not? Why make them do it?
Yeah, no. So they're gonna do it anyways. You might as well keep your whole hand up. You know, there's extra things you might be able to do on this turn, and now they're down to 1. 3 veiling. I believe there's only 1 fire in grave. 18, 11 damage needed. Close out the game.
It looks like we're seeing the pass here. And we're thinking on the target, it looks like, for the baby green on inner. Yep, we're gonna hit the cake.
Okay. Going to 7 quest counters. So close. Oh, okay. There's the last one with the portentous Tengu. So Byakko is now ready to flip.
And we are back in a situation. If there is a command in hand that could pressure for lethal, but I would assume we're probably sitting on, with us passing a turn, not playing any allies, and there's the fluffy shopkeep. So I'd assume we're sitting on some piece of removal, or in this case, defense.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. We're gonna retaliate against the baby green.
Now I really believe
Yeah,
we
I would say
probably
they
have.
must really have something.
Yeah, I would assume Crystalline Destiny's on hand, because like if you,
If you're letting that happen.
yeah,
After
because that
after
seems like
seeing
that seems like a bait.
yeah. Only 1 counter this time. It's okay though. Still pretty large. 7/7. I would not be. Oh, okay. Do we see a crystallized destiny here?
And we are holding priority, so I think this is a Byaku's command. Yep.
Yep. That's
3
3.
down. Ooh,
Okay, resolution.
resolute. So still going to be coming in for 5.
Yeah, and Byakko gets to stand. And Byakko does have vigor, so there's no reason not to. Yep, there is. Go in again. Pretty big turn there.
and restand at a turn with enough cards up that we could keep some suppress effects up, some options. So if you're Arc here, I think you're probably looking at this point. I think you have to go either you need to deal with the Byaku this turn, or you need to go for it. You need to get lethal.
It is. I would say it's more likely that they try to go for lethal. Right now, there's no taunt or intercept on the other side, and yeah, there's no huge. If you can go ahead and deal the 11 or sorry the 10 damage, there's no particular reason you would. I think not attempt it here unless you're unfortunate and your only thing is flame sweep.
Yeah, and there's also the risk factor of how do you generate that extra damage as well, because you realistically cannot safely pump any of that extra damage into swords
Swords.
because there's a very high likelihood your opponent is hitting on a baby green.
Yeah, whichever sword you're using, that sword will not be there, unfortunately, on the attack. So thinking a little bit. I believe, only one fire engrave, that cremation ritual. And your opponent showing you 5 influence in hand, looks like. Tough position. So you can get 2 from the Lorraine level 2. But you do have to go down in influence. There's no floating, thanks to the sensor, even if there was. And yeah, like you said, we can't necessarily pump everything into a sword. There's a huge chance they have a baby green or a Zephyr.
Yep, and even with the rending on this, it would only be coming in for would be 10? Yeah, 10 damage. If we do get the sword.
Yeah.
Zephyr / baby green.
Which would be enough if there's nothing else, but even a single veiling would end would end our chances, unfortunately. Windmill coming for 1. Do we see a veiling here? No. 2.
A 3.
3. Okay. Pongu. Drawing a card. And this could just be a very strong veiling. Yes.
Yep.
There we go. It's also going to, of course, okay, we see a Zephyr. So we've seen those 3 cards before. A new card is Zephyr. Only for 4, but that's more than enough.
More than enough that I think we're out of damage options for this turn. We could, if we have the immolation trap, we could swing in the Fluffy or the cat, which I think the safer bet is, weirdly enough, I think the cat into the Byaku to nope, and it doesn't look like
Nope.
the immolation trap. So that is going to take us into a game 3 with 15 minutes left on the clock. Well,
Yeah.
less than 15 minutes left on the clock.
That was a pretty fun round there. We did get to see the Scattering Gust Zhang Zhao combo.
Yeah, and I think that it might be, if we have to look back, that might be the moment that this game really fell in Edward's favor, because it forced at this point to have to go multiple turns to just having to hold on to a bunch of cards so they could eventually get to 3 or get some influence. But that gave enough time for Edward to say, you know what, let's build up a board state. I don't really care what you try to do to clear this out. I'm eventually just going to hit Byaku and pressure damage. That's exactly what we saw. It was a very, very, very strong play very early on that did not seem super impactful, but I think very much kind of sealed the game here.
Oh, definitely. And I think, if you're like me, I think those quest counters really snuck up on me. I looked over and I went, oh, they're at 5. That's actually quite a bit of trouble there. And we did see that Byaku's command come out and not necessarily close the game, but it did make the pressure was so much that yes, if you are, if you're going to go to 2, try to flame sweep me or anything, you're just going to go ahead and, take all the damage and die. So, let's see what you have. And then the Tengu as well, being a really good heads up play, right? Being able to pull something into memory, making your Veiling Breeze that much larger. So 3 for the Tengu as well as 1 for the Veiling Breeze. That being said, Edward did only show 4. So, not not a super huge failing breeze, but more than enough to close out that turn and move us to game 3.
Now, if you are Arc here, knowing that you have roughly 12 minutes to close out this, do you take a little bit more risky options? Do you pressure maybe a little bit more early to try to go for that big swing, or do you still play it safe and just hope that you can do this within the clock?
I think based on game 1, I think you still have to play it a little safe. And I think a big part of that is your Lorraine running into, or well, your Sword Saint Vow Lorraine running into a wind deck. And the biggest thing there is, they have a great chance of having the Thurible. Now, I believe this deck does not run Thurible. But you can't necessarily you can't be sure. And the thing is, if you go all in, you're trying to do like a huge running flames or something. It's entirely possible that they Thurible and stop you, and you've done nothing basically for that turn
Yeah,
for 2
true.
turns because you've got to build up your graveyard. So it's more likely, especially if you do see cat or even here. See, we're seeing a safer quote unquote route. Although we have our Asen, so might just be looking to try to build up 2 allies if we have like 2 3 of hearts or something, just to clear that Asen. They only have 1 card in hand. It's the safest time to do it. But yeah,
And
I
that
think
is
you must take a safer route, unfortunately, even at 12 minutes.
yeah, I think that's big. The fact that we didn't see the level to 1 makes me think that we don't have a 3 of hearts or a cat in hand, because if we did, I would assume that that route would be get the sword.
Yeah, I definitely not a cat. Uh, I wonder, could be just a fluffy, but that's pretty tough.
Yeah, the fact that we didn't see a level to 1 to be able to deal with Asen, because it's one thing. It's if you've never played against a win deck that opens with a turn like this, where they turn 1 Asen, this is the most critical turn to clear out the Asen most of the time. Because after this point, it's probably not likely happening for quite a few turns.
Turbocharge. Okay, this is unfortunate. I think if you're Edward, you're actually pretty happy here, even though your opponent's drawing cards. This is a pretty big signal that he likely has nothing to take out the Asen. Okay,
We
we did
well,
have it.
probably
Huh?
drew into cat. I was like, we did have the
Yeah,
cat. We did draw a straw, a bunch of cards. So like, yeah,
yeah.
let's be fair here.
Cat, unfortunately, being only 1 with no distortion weapons, able to help us out. Enough Byakko, and here we go. So that Asen now pretty stuck to the board, unless some really aggressive Lorraine sort of things occur. But it'll be pretty tough, and we even have another ally, so if something does happen and we have to suppress or something, we can actually return the Kind Beast Caller to our hand. Oh, Scavenging Raccoons.
Which not any big targets right now hit the hit with it, but that is still a terrible thing to show your opponent who's already
Yeah.
trying to, in a sense, crawl back.
Well, at least they didn't go super fast and try to flood the grave with fire.
And what makes this even harder is the fact that you're pretty sure your opponent has the Zephyr or a way to bounce the Asen, but you still have to attack into it.
Yes. And
And
the
most
cat only
likely,
having 3. Oh, that's so tough.
yeah. So regardless, you're either taking 3 damage as a retaliation or you're losing what ally you swing into it for them to just most likely Zephyr it. Ooh.
Is it? Oh, yeah, that intercept as well. So if you want to clear it, which you unfortunately probably won't,
Now
it is not a great position.
if we have another, so if we have maybe a 3 of hearts here, we could bait the by essentially going for the beast collar. But I think at that point you're still the safe play is just
Oh,
dungeon guided too.
okay,
Oh
okay.
no, no, hold up. Hold up. We're not
This
out of it
changes
yet.
things. Yeah, this changes things.
Somebody call an ambulance, but not for me.
Ooh, okay.
And do we have
Two
the
hearts.
sweep
Okay, we
too?
did it. If we do, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
looks like
flame
it.
sweep. Flame sweep. So this is going to be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 using the sword. Will we see any sort of suppressing? And if so, who would we save? Probably the Kind Beast Caller.
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
Kind Beast Color still lets us get up a card. Well, I mean, technically Asen does too, because it'll return itself. But I think we're at a point where
Yeah.
applying to play something and an Asen is going to be a little bit harder from this point,
Yeah.
versus Beast Caller can hopefully dig us into something to help us out in this situation. And we get to retaliate for 3, so.
Yeah. It's always pretty funny though when an Asen is the last thing that has to come back and then bounce itself back to hand. Let's see. All right.
And
So yeah, despite our doom and gloom, it looks like Arc actually worked their way out of it with a dungeon guide and a flame sweep.
that is why they're 3-0 and we're here casting. Forever longing that we can one day win our own box of Phantom
I mean,
Monarchs or
or anything really.
or yeah, or anything. I'll even take a pack. Like
I
one of them
strive
entry
for the
packs.
day when next to my name it says 1-0 and then I just drop right there. That'll be good. That's good.
A 1-0 drop. I've accomplished my goal. I've
1-0
won a game
drop.
of Grand Archive. I have won a game of Grand Archive. I am the greatest. I will now concede this tournament. I do
Yeah,
not need to
little
play
known
any further.
fact. Tyler only chooses people to cast who have won literally 0 games of Grand Archive. We're only allowed to talk about it. I've never won a game ever.
Ignore Bonnie's record, but everybody else.
Literally everybody else. I'm gonna have to deal with that next week. All right. So, it had the orb of sealing there.
We're just getting rid of it with Fluffy.
Yeah.
I think if that was that, it maybe I can't tell the other card. I think maybe Amulet, maybe? I can't tell what the last one
I
really
believe
was.
the Safeguard Amulet, yes. All right, Sword of Shadows, we're pumping up that cat. Let's see, our opponent, Edward having 3 in hand, I believe? 4?
Did we draw into another dungeon guide? If it is, I think it's all Jover.
Well, we don't have anything to return, though, unless we're just looking to, get into our sort of crux, ghost into ghost pattern, which obviously would not be bad. But it would be better if we had a sword to return.
Well, we could swing
We could swing with the
the
inert.
inert.
Yeah.
And then bring it back. I mean, it's not optimal. It doesn't give us any bonus, but it is a route.
Scattering Gusts. Gonna go ahead. So nothing on the board, nothing in hand. This is Lorraine's turn to push. Getting them back. Let's see. All right, Kind Beast Caller.
Grabbing that green. As soon as you see that green, the Val route is pretty much out.
Yeah.
I did not mean for that to rhyme like that. That's, you know what?
Embarrassing. Get out of here.
About to drop my sick mixtape.
Oh, yeah? I'll be very interested as long as you don't hand it to me like on a corner and insist that I take it. Nullifying Lantern. Okay. This. Yeah, okay. I had forgotten. I didn't see this previously, but Nullifying Lantern.
Move the running route for at least a while.
Cutting out our fire.
Now we do have Ash in the list, Spurned Ash in the list, so we have the option to remove it if need be, but you got to find it.
Well, and on top of that, there's such a risk that they use their baby green or Zephyr to simply suppress it away.
Yep.
And save it for later anyway. And the biggest thing there is, you're going to want to try to do it either on sort of, the end of their turn, or if you found it somehow during recollection. And so it's just it's a very annoying thing when they can when decides to save one of its regalia like that.
Yeah, but if you hit them at the end of their turn, you can still
Yeah,
have your
you
turn
have
to close
one
it out.
turn.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Clarence. So there we go. We're getting some swords into our banishments. We can go ahead and bring them back with Spirit Ruler. I presume that was Clarence and Sword Saint's Vow.
I would assume most likely because do we have Drumblade in this list?
No, we do not.
So yeah, most likely that would probably be the actually the only other ones we could hit. So yeah, well we have Sword of Seeking too. We could have hit, but not really much reason to hit Seeking.
Yeah, Drumblade, a very popular choice as well for Spirit Ruler decks.
Rending Flames, another one.
Flame Sweep, might
Flame
as well.
Sweep. I didn't say Rending.
You didn't say Rending?
I didn't say
We
Rending.
talked about it being shut off. It's okay. It's okay. There's all kinds of cards.
They're pretty much the same card except for different.
There's all kinds of cards. Some are
They're
red,
both
some are
fire.
green.
They're both sword attacks. They're like that's like the only thing they share, but still.
Yeah, watching the that really actually pretty neat Fire Diana match against the Tristan in round 2. It is one of those little things as a caster you start being like, man, I need to learn like the difference in like the angle that the character's holding the bow, right? Between Mana Flare Barrage and like there's like 3 cards that it could be. Molten Arrow. Although how do they play Molten Arrow? Let's see here. In reaction to the Flame Sweep, Veiling. Once again, could be a pretty large Veiling. 2 Gruesword, Zephyr.
Is it 5? Is it 5 or just 4?
Murderous?
Just 4.
Just 4. Retaliating for 1. Okay. And using the Sword of Shadows, just making sure that our Cheshire Cat still has all of its potential power. Baby Green choosing the Nullifying Lantern, seems.
Actually, well, it's still going to come back into turn, so it's still going to be, but I just don't think we wanted to, no reason to, we haven't used have we used the Faith Stone yet?
I believe we have.
Since
I
it's
believe
come
that's
back?
what the herb dye on it represents. Oh, here we go. We're actually going to 2. Oh, there. Okay, we see there 8 quest counters snuck up on us.
With your
Arena
opponent only having 3
14,
cards in
only
hand,
10.
I've not a bad choice here. Yep, and we're gonna have to
Resolute, yep.
use the alternative cost for Resolute. So take away a draw for this next turn.
So let's see. Even with okay, we get Biakos. We have a Biakos command. There's a Windtrotter.
And we are into overtime, so this is gonna be the last couple make or break turns here for both players.
Biako coming back as an 8/8. So able to do 5. Oh, second Brisk Windtrotter.
Just a casual 10, which
Casual 10.
that's well, I
That's
guess not
7.
lethal because we're reducing it down. So 7. Yep, that's still pretty big hit. Do we have the command?
We have the command. If we have the command, it closes the game out right now.
We got it? We got the command? Is it a top? Is the command?
We're talking about how much damage we have?
We're shuffling some cards. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the command. Yes? No? No, yes?
Oh.
Yes, no?
I'm not feeling it. Oh, well, okay, hold on. We're marking damage. This is it. We could see.
Is it?
Still have 2 Windtrotters. There's well, no, they're under Resolute.
Oh no! No command.
Nope, no command. All right. Let's see. If you're Lorraine, what do you do? You don't get to draw. Okay, Sword of Seeking.
We can't. Yes, we don't draw, so we're going to 6 cards. So we
6
can't
cards.
reduce and rending.
We cannot dungeon guide into a ghost.
We can't dungeon guide into a vow.
Hmm.
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 Yeah. Can what is the damage? What would the damage be if we can dispersion?
Oh,
Well. Well. Ooh.
okay.
Ooh.
So those were brought in.
That's
That's
a
the
pretty good. That's a pretty good answer. I'm not gonna lie.
that's pretty. I. That's funny that we forgot that. Immolation Trap coming in.
That is a not category 1 immolation trap. Taking out the Byaku.
Yeah, in fact, that's not even the art that I like quickly recognize.
That's that first edition art.
Yeah, I think I own one of those. Pretty sure. I don't even know why. I don't even know where I got it.
Now we
We're in
only
still,
need to pressure
yeah,
3 damage though.
still kind of a perilous position. Cruise word at fast speed.
And that
Unless we
will.
have another resolute.
We haven't scooped yet, so it makes you wonder if we're.
Yeah, I do. Okay.
Oh. Oh,
Oh,
there's a
smoke out.
smoke out. But you just need to play one ally. All you have to have is one any one ally.
Well, if that last card, there's a resolute.
Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. Not
Just
like
hang
this.
out. Just stay there. See what happens. This. Okay. Two. What do we see?
1 minute on the clock. One ally needs to get played.
It's
the
the
raccoon.
raccoons!
It's the raccoon.
It's the raccoons!
Oh!
Oh!
And the raccoon closes out the
Oh,
game.
man. And right at time and our timer is a little off, so very exciting end. Man, those if you told me
Oh,
in this day and age that scavenging raccoons is gonna close out this game, it's the thing in my hand. It's gonna make sure that I get pushed through. I'd say, okay, cool. I
and
believe you.
we didn't even resolve the raccoon trigger either. We are like, don't
No,
need
why would
banish
you?
cards. Don't need it.
Why
Get
would
out of
you?
here.
Yeah, I'm not even like if I'm if I'm Ark, I go, yeah, I saw that before, so I should have known.
He did show the raccoon earlier.
Yeah,
That
he
was
showed
like one of the first
off
ones he
time beast
showed.
caller. Kept in the hand the whole time. Oh, what a
It
prescient
waited for its
raccoon.
moment to pounce. It waited for lethal when the world needed it
Immolation
most.
trap, immolation trap, and immolation trap and smokeout, being there, absolutely wonderful. I've really enjoyed those games. That was quite a lot of fun. All
Yep,
right.
and congratulations to Edward on the 301 and fire, and of course, One-Eyed Owls on Fire Sale with the 4-0. So congratulations to you guys bringing home
Yeah.
a free box of very likely a free box of PTM. So congratulations, guys. And I will say, I coming back to that, uh, watching Edward's Byaku list every time is so much fun because it is a deck that you're like, yeah, there's no way he's coming out of this. No, no, he's back. No, he's not coming back from this. Oh no, he's back. Oh, so it is a very fun deck to watch, and if you have not tried it, and if you have the cards to build it, I recommend at least building it, trying it once. It is a very fun list to play, It may not be the best deck into every matchup. It's gonna, of course, it's gonna be difficult, and especially from spell based like Merlin, things like that. But it is so much fun whenever you play this list and you're sitting there and just like playing all these effects over and over again, bouncing things left and right. It is such a weird, wacky list, but it is just it one of the most unique lists we see in the meta currently at this moment.
Yeah, you know, in our real huge, in our really wide meta, I love that we still have room for these kinds of decks, especially, you know, if you do go ahead and give it a try, it's pretty likely your opponent's going to look at you and say, "I don't understand. What are you doing?" And then they're suddenly losing 2 cards. They're suddenly getting hit by a Byakko, a huge Byakko. They get the command, they lose all in 1 turn, and they go, I still don't understand what your deck was trying to do, but you won the game, so congratulations."
And like us, sometimes he's only at 4 quest counters. Like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? And then you're like, oh no, that thing's swinging for 10. I'm dead.
That being said, you know, Ark definitely put up a very, very good fight. It was very, very close at the end. Uh, Very exciting, and yeah, a wonderful set of 3 games.
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. It was definitely a we had both the equivalent of we had a really hard fought game 3. We also, me and you, got to cast together a very hard fought draw game 1. So
That that game one. Once again, if you haven't seen it, spare yourself. You don't have to. I'm telling you right now, it's okay. Just
well,
know
how are they
that.
gonna
Well, how are
how
they
are they
gonna
gonna
know? Actually,
spicy
that's
test?
true. Go ahead, learn the secrets from game 1, but then do watch this round. Watch round 4. Just it's a palate cleanser. But they're all Grand Archive, and that's what's wonderful. You know, every single player today, every single deck. It's always a joy to watch and for me to cast, to see what people are sort of thinking, what they're doing out there. And I'm really happy that our meta can support, you know, quite the majority of these decks.
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely a very fun meta to try out these decks and do something new. And as well, if you want to, if you've seen this, if you watched today and maybe one of your first time watching a webcam Grand Archive, or maybe just watching Grand Archive the first time ever, if you want to join, feel free. It is a weekly that happens about every Thursday. So if you have not already joined the Discord, I highly recommend doing so. Highly recommend jumping in and trying. And if you want to try your hand at a regional, if you want to win one of those, ooh, sweet, sweet, sweet poison daggers. They look so good. If you want to have a chance to win one, you do have an opportunity. If you don't have one locally, on the 15th, we are hosting a regional here that you can join in. We will be, I believe we'll be casting it as well. So if you want to watch, that'll be on the 15th this month. So it'll be on the TCG channel. So we will, of course, links will be up in the Discord as well for you to follow along. And highly recommend, I highly suggest, if you have not had a chance, join into a regional. It is a great way to take your first stepping stone into a competitive scene in Grand Archive. Be aware it will be more competitive, so you will not going to be as lenient as stuff you will see here. So be aware going into it. Make sure you're prepared. Make sure you're ready. But it is a lot of fun. It is a great way to jump into it. I highly recommend doing so. And if maybe you want to play in person, that's your preference. There are a bunch of regionals still coming up. There's a lot of store championship coming up. Highly recommend checking those out, seeing what's goes to locally, or even traveling a little bit to a regional. They're very fun. Community is super welcoming as well. So kind of meet some new people, meet some new friends, and then hey, maybe in a month if you have some you want to come down to Texas, we have one next month as well
Hey,
where you can
if
meet me
if
and
you come
Calcium
down,
as well.
yeah, if you come down to the Texas regional, you meet us. Korean barbecue on NEETfull's dime.
Well,
He
hold up.
keeps cooking.
Hold on. I think on that note, I think, wow, look at the time. It is very
Oh,
late
it's
here
so
in
late.
Texas.
It's
So
so late, and yet NEETfull being so generous. You can join our ritual of going out to Korean barbecue afterwards. Once again, on NEETfull's dime if you come to
no,
the Texas regional.
hold on. That is not happening. But I want to thank everybody for joining today. Thank you so much for not also charging Korean barbecue on my dime, and
Yeah, please don't.
as well. Please check out regionals. Please give us a like, subscribe. It really helps out the channel and really helps us keep doing this and bringing you this fun content. And of course, if you like listening to us and you want to see a little bit more, just let us know. We love doing this. So thanks everybody again for joining in. Thanks everybody watching. Thanks everybody for playing. And we will see you guys again next week. Later, everybody.
Bye.